Marvin, what do you make of all this?
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
Well, you gotta have an opinion. I mean, do you think that God came down from heaven and stopped us? Oh, what's happening? Oh, man. Oh, man, I shot Marvin in the face. Why the did you do that? Well, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Oh, man, I see some crazy ass in my time.
With free beer.
Everybody shut the hell up and take care of your own business.
Hot wings.
Do you know how many people hate you today?
And Eric Zane.
Shut up!
Yeah.
It's rock and roll!
The Free Beer and Hot Wings morning show.
I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. He going off. I don't know why.
It's Tuesday. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Producer Joe here, too. You can join us toll-free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. The flashback comes up a little while later. Flashback today features former intern Ben Crombie. I don't know that any intern was more excitedly sold out by his friends than he was. Like other interns have had friends that have kind of given us information that might allow them to be mocked or whatever else. Former intern Dewey Cox had a friend who gave us an audio tape of him singing
Video.
Video as well of him singing Creep from Radiohead in his high school band. That was pretty devastating.
Yeah, it was terrible.
But Ben Crombie's friends seem to have an organized, long-term plan of attack for
which means he dishes it out. They wouldn't take great delight in this if he didn't behave in the similar fashion.
No
Clearly,
doubt.
definitely.
Clearly an a-hole.
We're delighted
that
they did that. And today is just another example in the flashback of their list of things he did or does that makes him very cheap.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right.
Good.
And some of them were pretty rough, if I remember right.
Yeah. Oh, wait. God, we let Ben Crombie have it all the time.
He's got a hilarious sound to his voice whenever he gets excitable.
I guarantee you there's at least one person out there who spells their name that way.
What?
It's a little agitated.
I mean, it really is. It really is amazing that a guy who sounds, by all accounts, to be fairly normal in regular conversation would have a voice that would go up 12 octaves when he gets excited. I mean, most people, their voice does, in fact, go up a little bit in tone when they get excited.
But it gets louder. I mean, more louder than a total pitch change.
His is insane.
It's like he ingested helium.
I guarantee you there's at least one person out there who spells their name that way.
If I was his fiancé and he got agitated and I heard that, I would leave him immediately.
Yeah,
I'd give the ring back right there and say, I'm not interested in marrying you anymore because you sound like a monster.
Couldn't agree more.
You may not make that noise again. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if he does that during, like, the moment of truth?
Oh, boy.
If he goes,
He sounds like one of the aliens in Mars Attacks.
He's like some sort of insane Muppet.
That's him. That's him.
That's Ben Crombie.
Shoots a dove.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's a bummer.
Yeah.
Reference to a 15-year-old movie that nobody saw when it was out.
It's a great
Fantastic.
movie. Way underrated.
Yep, well.
It is underrated. What a cast. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. So yesterday we were talking about Islamic law.
Yeah, that story kind of picked up a little bit during the day.
About the 76-year-old woman.
Yeah.
Do you remember the details of that story? To sort of reset where we were coming from?
Yeah, I do. Saudi woman. I think she was a Saudi woman.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was in Saudi Arabia, but I think
she was a Syrian woman.
That's what it was. She was a Syrian woman living in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
Older. 75, 76 years old, as Freeber said. And a man entered her home with his friend. And Islamic law states that is not allowed unless if you have a relation. And this man claimed, well, wait a second, there is a relation. She breastfed me when I was a child. And Islamic law states that is legal. They said, nope, doesn't count this time or something like that. So because she was in the presence of another man, she was given 6 months imprisonment and 40 lashes with a whip and then deported.
Yeah.
The other two guys got they were also lashed, I believe, and they were all then locked up as well.
And the guy who had breastfed was given a shorter sentence than the other guy who hadn't because he had some familiarity with her. Or whatever.
They said, though, that, just being in the same room is a huge crime.
And the article
is their stupid, backwards law of fanatical religious beliefs.
The article talked about the actual religious police.
Yeah,
whose job it is to enforce
There's a several hundred group of people in the Saudi contingency, if you will, that is known as the religious police.
Yes, and we were talking about how outdated a lot of their principles are and everything else.
Outdated or just crazy.
And we got this email in from Tim, who didn't like that.
Didn't like that we have an issue with that? Okay.
You guys were insanely quick, insanely is all capitalized, to toss stones at another country for their religious persecutions.
Yeah.
I'll make this fairly short.
Okay.
We in America, all caps, the land of the free, the home of the brave, still charge people with sodomy. Yeah, sodomy. You can be sent to jail for it. Think about it, then think about how you're harshing another country for their religious political beliefs. Religion tosses a bit of ridiculous into the deal, and I can't as much as believe that you guys will toss the same stones after realizing you've all, had parties with your mouth over the last few weeks and made fun of a coworker for almost having one, which was yesterday when talked about that experience Joe had. Just saying, not everyone in America shares our belief systems. Seriously, we aren't on a track of humanitarianism.
Yeah, I know. This is the worst country in the world. Boy, there's so much persecution. I mean, it's almost exactly the same as a 76-year-old woman getting whipped
after the religious police
because a guy happened to just be at her place.
And yes,
a much younger guy who she breastfed, and there was not anything going on in any way. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't give a crap what people do with their bodies. I mean, if that's what you're into, you want to do a little sodomy, you go right ahead.
Those laws are on the books.
But
nobody enforces them.
It's pretty rare.
Unless they're done in public.
A sex crime.
They're done in public or whatever. I mean, you can find instances where somebody was.
It has happened where that charge that is in fact true, but it's just not.
It's
the
apples
same.
And oranges.
Not the same thing.
It's not the same. I mean, sure you can argue that it goes down the same road, that it is a bit of some sort of persecution, that you're not allowed to do what you want, and I get that.
But his thing, he's taking one example and making it seem like we're the same as Saudi Arabia, and that's
which is just ridiculous.
It'd be like
absurd.
Taking a look at that video of those police officers beating up that girl in Seattle and saying, "Well, look, we're a police state, just like China."
Yeah, This is the same country that ended up giving a 19-year-old girl like 600 lashes because she was gang raped, because she was a victim.
Yeah, not the same.
F off. Who does it say where he's from?
No.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's banned. That is, you know what? Until further notice, you're banned. You're not allowed to email the show, listen to the show, or call in at one point.
Yep.
Tim is banned.
Just because you still have guilt over whatever lifestyle you lead is not our fault.
No, I don't care what you do.
No, I don't either.
It's funny that we got this article sent to us by email a number of times yesterday. It just so happened that we had that conversation yesterday, and the same day that there was, the day after, on Sunday, there was an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. Now, I'd like to pretend I'm smart and read the Wall Street Journal every day. That'd be a lie. I read it when someone sends me a link like this.
Is that the one where it has no pictures except for sketched ones?
I believe so.
Yeah.
That's right away a big turnoff to me. Seriously.
Yeah, I need full color,
the
man.
Lack of colors.
I hate that.
It's pretty wordy. But listen to this. There's a film by a Dutch Parliament member named Geert Wilders, and the film is called Fitna. Now, there's a 90% chance I'm mispronouncing 2/3 of the words I just said.
That's okay.
But his film has created an uproar because it is linked with his film is apparently a documentary about radical Islam and about how it's not as peaceful as the religion of peace. Because that was one of the things that I think one of us brought up yesterday. I don't remember who, but said, hey, it's called the religion of peace, but there's so many things they do that aren't peaceful.
Yeah, and by the way, I now am, after hearing this story and then parking back on that 19-year-old who was gang raped and given lashes. I say no longer religion of peace. I'm just going to call it religion.
There are plenty of people that are Muslim that are peaceful, that don't take the harsh interpretation. But as a whole,
there may be.
Yep.
They tend to be more violent than not. You may not be a majority of the people, but
Well, all I know is, when you have these, maybe individuals, but there are countries that are fully Islamic, like Saudi Arabia or whatever. Our country is not fully Christian or fully Muslim or fully Jew. It's kind of incorporated. The only fully Catholic country in the world, to my knowledge, is Vatican City. Mm-hmm. And I don't know of too many times where I've heard of a woman getting lashed 40 times because a dude walked by.
Not recently.
So, you know what the Islamics need to do? Before you continue on your article? They need to do like the Christians and go do like a mission to Haiti. When was the last time you heard of an Islamic group going to Haiti or the Philippines, Islamic United or whatever, and just doing a mission to actually help people?
Well, that's the thing. They can turn this
Seriously.
around. The Catholics,
go do something.
We got the Spanish Inquisition on our asses, It's not like our religion has gone the whole time without some issue.
The Catholics have made a few mistakes.
Yeah, obviously.
A lot.
No doubt about that. But it's
Christians
not,
go and do missions, so they should too.
Yeah, it's not too late to turn that around and, let the zealotry go to just a few dumb individuals and, go a little more mainstream and kind of help the world out.
Let's
connect
heads
a
off.
little.
Less sawing heads off, more with the clean water for Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this opinion piece says, referring to that film by the Dutch guy Geert Wilders about Islam, says many commentators and politicians, including the British government, which denied him entry to the country last month, reflexively accused Mr. Wilders of inciting hatred. The question, however, is whether to blame is with Mr. Wilders, who simply exposed Islamic radicalism, or with those who promote and engage in this religious extremism. In other words, shall we fault Mr. Wilders for showing photos of the hanging of homosexuals, or shall we fault those who actually hung the homosexuals and promoted the practice of hanging them? There's a certain schizophrenia among Muslims who seem to believe that it is acceptable to teach hatred and violence in the name of their religion, while at the same time expecting the world to respect Islam as the religion of peace, love, and harmony.
Yeah.
Scholars in the most prestigious Islamic institutes and universities continue to teach things like Jews are pigs and monkeys, that women and men must be stoned to death for adultery, or that Muslims must fight the world to spread the religion. Isn't then Mr. Wilders' criticism appropriate? Instead of blaming him, we must blame the leading Islamic scholars for having failed to produce an authoritative book on Islamic jurisprudence that is accepted in the Islamic world and unambiguously rejects these violent teachings. Pretty strongly worded.
Wonderful point.
And it goes on to provide more examples and stuff. And
Praise be to Allah.
It gets over my head fairly quickly.
Still. Give me an example of something good, and I might listen. As it is, evil. Sorry.
And they say, for example, while many religious texts preach violence, the interpretation, modern usage, and implementation of these teachings make all the difference. For example, the stoning of women exists in both the Old Testament and in the Islamic tradition, or Sunnah. Sorry, if I don't.
No, it's okay.
I'm pronouncing it wrong.
It's okay. It's not like you're going to offend anybody who's nice.
The recorded deeds and manners of the Prophet Muhammad. The difference, though, is that leading Jewish scholars agreed to discontinue these practices centuries ago, while Muslim scholars have yet to do so. Hence, we do not see stoning of women practiced or promoted in Israel, the Jewish state, but we do see it practiced and promoted in Iran and Saudi Arabia, the Islamic states, which makes the point. Hotwigs, you could write for the Wall Street Journal.
I've often said that.
I know that's what you're. Eventually, you're hoping that what Hotwigs thinks will become a daily op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal.
Well, that would be cool.
What a hassle! Imagine being like an Islamic guy who's not violent, but living in Saudi Arabia, and you really like your wife.
Yeah, you just kind of do your thing, and
she
you're
accidentally
happy.
Bumps into like somebody who's working on the lawn or something, and they're like, Hey, John, we got to kill your wife. What? Oh.
What? No, it was an accident.
No, wait a second.
Law says, but I really like her.
Yeah, she's all right. We listened to the Carpenters together.
That was a mistake. That was
cool stuff.
I
like her. No, you got to kill her. Oh, jeez.
Well, I guess it's the law.
I mean, okay. I mean, I got a pile of rocks.
But do it
just
humanely.
know that I'm not happy about it.
Do it humanely. None of this lashes till she dies or stone her. I just want you to cut her head off. That's it. All right? Nothing more.
Yeah.
Just cut her head off, and then we're good.
And I'm okay to go and take someone from another family, and they'll be mine because I said I marry thee 3 times and pointed at them or something
Filthy
like that.
animals. Prove me
That's
wrong.
not true.
Yep. Oh, and I will need to be pointed in the direction of a new lawnmower guy.
Right. Yeah, that guy's a problem, too.
Because I don't
gonna-
want him bumping my next wife that I've stolen.
And his
Yes.
punishment is probably like, pay 100 shekels or whatever. That's what he got out of the deal.
Yeah, not quite the same deal. No put to death. So again, Tim still banned.
Yeah, you're
Stupid,
for
you
sure.
idiot. I mentioned before when I was in college, there was I had a small groups class, or a class that we worked in small groups, I should say. And one of the people that was in our class was a 45-year-old Muslim man from Saudi Arabia who was there. His company was having him get his degree in industrial engineering, and then he was coming back, and so he was living in the married housing, and his family would come stay with him briefly. And just the nicest guy ever. And it was always really embarrassing because his name was Musalam, but none of the women in my group could get that, so they kept calling him Muhammad, and I'm certain that had to be offensive.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
that's
and
right.
yes, of
I can't
course.
tell you how many times I said, his name is not Muhammad. What is it? It's Musalam. Okay. Muhammad, and they would talk to him like he was 5 or deaf. And not that people who are, how people tend to talk to someone, or like our friend who's quadriplegic said people talk to him sometimes where they are you going to enjoy the parade today?
Yeah.
So they kept talking to him like that. I'm like, look, he's got a family and he runs a successful business. He's clearly high up where he's from. Because he doesn't speak English perfectly, but they couldn't get that. But he invited us all over for a meal, and while we were there, he informed us that his family was coming and that we would never be able to visit his home again.
No.
And I didn't know anything about the Muslim
stupid.
faith that or anything. And I'm like,
Whatever.
What are you talking
So
about?
crazy.
Go back there,
if my
then.
wife was here, either she would have to stay in the bedroom or you would have to leave our home completely, or it would be. And I'm like, well, all right.
That's so
It's your religion.
crazy.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
No, it's that's no
we
fun.
never will. We never will because we have common sense. That religion is based on stupid practices and old idiotic views that should be non-existent.
Now, for the Tims who are going to email, and there may be only one, Tim, you could say that about every religion, that it has outdated things and everything else, which you guys referenced earlier.
There are plenty of those.
The difference is, are you holding on to as many of them?
Yeah, or ones that injure others.
Yeah. Remember the whole thing about the cartoons?
Yeah.
Those cartoons that were insulting. When you actually, I can't remember where I saw it, but there was some story I was watching about that where there really were no cartoons, or there was one cartoon, and some of the other ones that ended up getting the hysteria incited actually were created way later by people who had a motive to.
Oh yeah, they wanted
hysteria.
to piss them off.
Of course.
Is that what they wanted to do? They wanted to upset them. Well, good.
They
encourage that.
They
I
saw
would
it as
have
a way to make people angry.
If I had my way, I'd have a incite Islam cartoon contest and write them in, and I'd end up posting them on my website. Piss off Islams who are stupid in their views.com.
I think you're on your own on that one. I don't want to be in a religious war. So
No, I don't either. I
so
don't
you
want to
go
be
ahead
the
and start
subject of
your-
a fatwa.
You go ahead and start your website, and
Joe?
Hot Wings and I and Joe will keep running freebeerandhotwings.com.
Yep,
Yeah,
we're going
I-
to go have tea with Salman Rushdie. And
I want my head. Stop now.
You want your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would prefer to have my head also.
yeah, mine.
Peaceful coexistence is more the lane I'm taking. Mm-hmm. But your religious war seems good, too.
I say start the religious war.
For the record, the people who tried to incite it weren't people that were trying to make Muslims mad that weren't Muslim. It was actually other Muslims, according to that story that I'd seen.
Right,
Really?
trying to
We're
incite them
trying
into
to
holy war.
No
Right.
kidding.
Yeah.
Right, as opposed to some American guy who wanted to whip a website into shape just to
Yeah.
make people
I
mad.
didn't make you mad.
The flashback comes
That'll
up
teach ya.
next. It's the cheap list exposed on former intern Bennercrombie by his friends. That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Damages, prices, and participation may vary.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative with the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers later in the day. Some of them could be severe, a high of 48. It's 37 now downtown GR. The Pistons all of a sudden are playing great.
Yeah.
Last night, Rip Hamilton, 29 points and 14 assists.
Jeez.
And they end up winning the game against Orlando, whom they've now won 19 of the last 24 against. Pretty amazing.
That really is, considering how good Orlando is against everyone else.
Yeah, they've been very good. And then in the game, Rashid went out in the second quarter. Stuckey was injured, and they played without Allen Iverson. So for them to get a win in that case,
wow, which
they did, pretty impressive.
Very good for them.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. Don't forget tomorrow, I will have paired with an idiot early. Former intern Milton is going to provide us with a stat pack on that.
Oh, really?
That's so crazy. I don't know how he gets the statistics on all that stuff from so much time that has gone by.
Well, I know how he does it. He has the podcast. He just goes back and listens. But the fact that he has the time, I think,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
or interest.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I get the process, but how does he have the time or the desire to do that?
It's pretty amazing. And then Thursday, Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear. That's $800 this time.
Okay.
That's pretty impressive. Meanwhile, the flashback, former intern Ben Abercrombie and his cheap list. Ben Abercrombie, you got your own theme music. You're just the second intern to ever have your own theme music.
Yeah. First one was Little Bitty, and you now have this. But we play that knowing full well that your ultra handsomeness has nothing to do with this topic.
He's making his way in here.
We got an email.
Hold on,
from
before you read that.
You can't read it. You have to actually. No, I don't even know if I'm comfortable with you in here.
Have him, Ben, use this one over here.
Okay. Hello, Ben.
Ben, there's something that's been going on for a while. It's your friends sending emails to the show, doing everything they can to sabotage you. And Ben Abercrombie does good work. He's a good guy. We really like you.
Yeah.
But they're trying to sabotage you. Your friends.
Yeah, man, they're selling you out.
Is this one of the friends that's going on spring break with you?
Yes, it is.
Well, is it because you're so much more handsome than them? Do you think they're jealous?
A little jealousy, probably. No.
They're not jealous of you.
No, we're all equal.
They're all handsome too?
You guys,
sure.
Do you guys do a thing where one of you takes photos and you all take your shirts off and get real close, like you're members of a band, but you're kind of shoulder to shoulder and take photos?
And then we all sleep together at the end of the night.
I can only assume that your spring break photos are going to look like a Village People tour.
Yep.
Is that true?
Or a Schmitz gay commercial.
We'll put a little oil on ourselves and flex for each other.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are you at wit's end for today? You've got about 2 hours of sleep. You've got a travel day ahead of you, and you've already been mocked for things that you have no control over today.
Yeah.
And now one of your friends has turned on you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to break?
I'm panicking and going crazy, not knowing what in the Sam Hill he sent you, because I like to be able to defend myself and work up some sort of argument against you, and now I don't feel prepared.
And so basically what happened is sometime during the last segment, Ben Abercrombie realized that there was a plot against him, which when there's a plot against someone in this room, you can always see it because you can kind of see instant messages being typed and glances go, and man, it sucks. We've all been there. Literally, every one of us has been where Ben Abercrombie is right now.
Yeah, it's the worst.
A terrible feeling because you know it's unstoppable, and I can totally relate to I wish I could defend myself, but I don't even know what I'm about to be thrown under the bus for.
And then Joe tries to throw me off track by telling me to pick up the phone call that somebobody's calling. I'm like, you're an idiot. I know you're lying to me. He's like, oh, I got to go to the office and go gather some audio. What audio? Oh, nothing.
I know what audio he was grabbing.
So stupid.
I am beautiful, no matter what they say.
Yeah.
And so what happened was during the last segment, Ben Abercrombie, we got an email about you from one of your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Josh. Right. Enough of this good-looking crap. He thinks there's something worth mocking more so than your ultra handsomeness.
Ben, do you want to guess what it is?
Well, I saw the title of the email, so I already have an idea of what it's about.
Okay. All right. Well, don't bother.
Started mocking Ben for being cheap. Here are some examples.
Oh, boy.
Now, before you give the examples, Ben, do you have a reputation amongst your friends for being cheap?
Oh, yeah. I grew up in a Dutch family. My mother is the same way.
I've never understood that. I hear that all the time. Dutch. That means you're cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
In
It
most
does?
cases, yes.
That's
My
where the
family-
term going Dutch comes from.
That's true.
Where you only pay your half.
That's true.
My family is very, very, very cheap. Sometimes.
Yeah, but you're not cheap on like the hair care products and the Axe body spray.
We get some free at photo shoots.
And the
Or is your hair just naturally glossy because you're handsome?
And your
Yes, my
Abercrombie
hair.
and Fitch shirt that you're wearing right now.
yeah, that's an expensive.
Well, they
I
can-
can't hear what he just said.
They can.
He
that's
just
true.
he was
Doesn't have
talking about the
headphones
Abercrombie and Fitch sweatshirt that you have on right now. That's not a cheap product.
Mhm.
He's saying. So
Yeah, it's like 30 years old.
okay.
on.
It
Your,
is,
your
huh?
sweater is 30 years old.
No, I was kidding.
Remarkable. It's well, they should cost more then because it's held up famously. So yes, you this isn't something that's new to you, but we've got examples in the email.
Oh yeah.
Oh, boy.
Of Ben Abercrombie's cheapness, and I suppose
Boy.
we won't let Ben Abercrombie be the only one. People can call in and share. They can rat out their friends and family for their cheapness, though.
Or more of Ben's friends can call and just rat him out more.
No,
Yeah,
no,
for
no, no.
anything.
We just need
About
to
all
avoid
this
that.
Preening. Okay, here's number one. Ben loses his wallet 2 days into a 5-day trip, true story, skiing at Vail, and vows not to eat the rest of the week because he lost $40 cash in the wallet and, here's the kicker, complained 20 to 30 times that he would have to pay $10 for a new license and $15 for a new college ID.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Did you still ski?
Yes, I still skied.
Were they giving that away?
No, well,
You'd already paid.
yeah.
Now, when you complain, does your voice get real crazy?
I guarantee you, there's at least one person out there who's.
Who won't
I
pay
wish
for
I
my
could-
license?
I wish I could delete that out of the system.
Guarantee you, there's at least one person out there who spells their name that way.
Do you remember later in that same conversation when you said, "I really regret raising my voice like that"?
And I do really regret that.
And you still
yes.
do. Yeah,
We're
and you
trying
always
to
will.
get you to do that again. That worked up.
I
Number
don't
two,
believe it'll ever happen again. That was
Okay.
once in a lifetime.
This I know to be true, but I can't believe it goes this
Oh,
far.
boy.
Number two, Ben brings cheese nips and bottled water into fast food restaurants so that he doesn't have to buy food. So everybody else buys food, and you're there with your little plastic bag of cheese nips.
That and fast food's unhealthy, so
So this is true. You do that.
I would say that I haven't. I've done it maybe once or twice. Yeah.
So-
As opposed to
so
your
it's like
extraordinarily healthy cheese nips.
and Monster energy drink.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all
you're
good
so
for
healthy.
you.
Yeah.
Ben brings frozen pizzas that his mom bought when we hang out and order pizza so he doesn't have to contribute. That's disgusting to me.
So you bring your own, so you don't have to chip in.
Oh, that was the the last two, I think.
Yeah,
I can't believe
these
you
get
do that.
funnier and funnier.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yep.
I got some pizza.
I like the fact
This
that
is
you're,
Ben. He walks into the house. Hey, guys.
I got some pizza.
I like the fact that you're not making excuses. You're admitting it's the truth.
I'm
You should
very
be-
cheap.
You should be, and as long as you know it, that's cool.
Mhm.
That doesn't
Doing a
mean everybody
pizza
else will
dance,
like
I
it.
guess you could say.
Number 4.
How many are there?
6.
6.
Yeah.
This is
All right. Did you ever see the Escort he was driving up until a few months ago? He had to drive it like Fred Flintstone. So apparently it was falling apart. He refused to get a vehicle that was safe. Number 5. We buy plane tickets home from Miami,
Oh no.
and Ben says that because it costs $5 more to fly home, he, quote, immediately regrets that decision. And it is a waste.
See, now I don't think that's completely true. I was weighing out different options
But the option you went with was $5 more than another, and so
I would say that he exaggerated that a little bit. But
What do you think the monetary difference was?
well,
$8, $9.
no, I'm not
Yeah.
even
not
gonna
the
damage
best.
myself anymore
This list
by
seems
saying
pretty
anything.
matter of fact.
It does seem very matter of
Yeah.
fact, concise,
Yeah.
and easily constructed because of the truthfulness in it.
Yes.
Sort of the Clemens thing. It's
Yes.
the truth about everything else, but not this one.
Number 6, he still wears the Abercrombie winter coat he had in 7th grade, so it's 2 years
I
old.
find that hard to believe.
No, I wore it yesterday.
You did wear it yesterday.
Did you really have it in 7th grade?
I had
What were you, a giant?
or
No.
did you get it incredibly large?
So you could grow into it?
I used to get bigger clothes when I was younger for some odd reason.
How much
so,
bigger in 7th grade? Because what are you, 5'11", 6 foot?
About 6 foot. I've been that. I guess I've been pretty close to that tall since I've been in 7th grade.
No kidding. Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's all right then.
So you wore it yesterday. You admit it. And you're how old now?
22.
Is it still in
Well,
style?
it's only like 10 years.
It is not. There's no way.
It says there are many, many more. Just adding fuel to the fire. Signed, Josh. Wow. Your friends, they're just selling you out, man.
And this is what I was worried about because I know that they have a bunch of devastating stories on me, and I only worry about what might come because I know how you are, especially.
Me?
Yes, you.
What do you mean? What do you think? I'm just going to...
No.
You think Zane will be quick to sell you out?
Yes.
Yeah. I think everybody would be quick to sell anybody out on this show.
That's true.
Yeah. Come on now.
But I'm newer to the show, and people are going to be looking for small things to pummel me on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because you know what we're all shooting for.
I guarantee you there's at least one person out there who spells their
So
name.
stupid.
I am beautiful, no matter what they
You know who takes the most delight in this? Other than your friends.
Yeah.
Intern Kurt Busch.
Yeah, he
no
does.
No one on the show has ever been brutalized as senselessly and rightfully as Kurt Busch has been in the past.
No.
Kurt Busch has taken beatings that there are times where I thought, if he doesn't come back, that's a reasonable choice on his part because he probably hates us. Being told live on the air that you're a dirty minger who doesn't know how to clean yourself is way worse than being told you're cheap. I know that sucks for Bennercrombie.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, but I mean, that is way worse.
I quit listening to the podcast on days I'm not here. I just can't handle it.
Yeah, we'd get emails in the afternoon that says, I wasn't even there today, yo.
Yeah.
I was busy trying to sell V-necks to ladies in the inner city, and I was insulted by that podcast, yo.
The implication that his nails were dirty from sack grundle is a bad thing, man.
Yeah, that was today.
That was today. So Kurt Busch delights when it's not on him.
He does, yeah.
All right. Well,
Ben, are you the type that will try to get revenge? It strikes me that you're the type that would try to get revenge on your friend.
Oh, I will.
For selling you. What kind of revenge?
I haven't really plotted that out yet, but
we can help you with that too.
Probably take your eyeshadow brush and smear some eyeshadow on my back or something.
I'm just better off not saying anything or responding to you at all because somehow it turns on me putting hair care products in my head or putting some sort of eye care on, apparently.
Eye care.
The problem is, and I wasn't setting you up when I asked that question. I was trying to bail you out, or at least give you some support in the stormy sea.
I appreciate that.
The problem is, when you are flabbergasted, you are hilarious. And I want you to feel better because I like you. But at the same time, when you're flabbergasted and ready to swear, that is also hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
No, what?
It's true.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. Let's see if this is hilarious. I don't think it's that hilarious. Really?
I guarantee you there's at least one person out there who spells their name that way.
Wow, did your voice get high-pitched and frightening?
Was it hurtful when Hot Wings said, "Whoa, did your voice get high-pitched and frightening?"
The second I heard this kind of pause and the little stutters and Hot Wings say that, I knew it. I knew that I had become a sound effect that would be played over the air, and I was like, balls.
I've done it. I've become a drop.
Now, Hot Wings, in the past, you've been the one on the show that's been made fun of for being cheap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And a little stingy. I think some of Bennercrombie's stuff surpasses you.
Oh, yeah. The whole pizza thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, come on over for pizza. All right, I'll bring my own.
Hey.
No, I've never done that.
My mom bought it.
I'm thrifty, is all.
I'm still debt-free, and I'm debt-free from college, so I don't really care about what you guys have to say.
Yeah.
I'll be cheap.
You know what? There are worse things you could be.
Yeah, but, once you go to those Avon parties and get some new man makeup, you're going to fall into debt.
I actually feel a little bad for you on stuff like that because that's so unfair and there's no way to argue with that.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
What do you do? Go, no, I don't go to Avon. That doesn't help you.
You're going to get involved in some crazy makeup network marketing pyramid scam. You're going to bang on somebody's door and say, "Hi, I'm Ben. Do you want to look as handsome as me? Can I interest you in these line of cosmetics?"
And it sucks because I can't sit there and say, all Free Beer's friends, please send me emails, tell me devastating things about Free Beer. It doesn't work that way.
And the thing is, all three of us have shared so many awful things about ourselves. I mean, Zane admitted on the air he unclogged a toilet with his fist at work. What are his friends going to say?
Yeah. And besides, what friends?
Yours.
Yeah. Everybody.
Find them.
The only people who know anything about me are in this room.
Right.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Keep
Still.
a short list of people you know.
That's right. Well, I don't think anything was that bad. Well, some of it was.
No.
No.
It's not like this other email we just got.
What?
That said you shave your patch into a runway.
You do?
From your friend Charlie.
No.
Oh.
How does Charlie know?
Yeah, that's on Charlie there.
I don't know, Ben. How does he know?
It's just getting out of control, and it's stupid now. It's not even funny. You guys, they're all idiots.
I can't believe your friends are turning on you that bad. That is,
I'm not surprised.
I'm actually amazed by that. I think you have every right to want to beat their asses.
And I was actually worried about when you came and played basketball that some of them might say a few things to you, but I kind of...
No, they were all on their best behavior that day. No one said anything.
And I knew it was going to come to that eventually, but I was hoping, and after you guys missed the first email that I knew Char sent in, I was hoping that you guys were just going to be like, nah, whatever, we'll leave it be.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently this might be a regular occurrence.
The thing is, if they had brought it up at basketball, I wouldn't have brought it up to the guys because I would have felt like it was outside the realm and they were trying to stick it to you. But now when they're sending it to the show email, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's there.
Yeah, you just have to read it, I guess.
I didn't read it.
I mean...
He's got a microphone.
Hey, Joe,
He's sound effect pop-off guy.
Next time we talk to Ben in this type of form, can you get a couple more songs maybe? Like
what?
You're So Vain by Carly Simon.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Play that one.
No.
Or any other lovely, beautiful songs. The Beautiful People.
I'm Too Sexy.
That's a good one.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
We can come. If anyone has any suggestions on Ben songs,
let me see.
We can use them throughout the morning.
What? Why?
Apparently, Charlie says you also in an email that you buy Abercrombie and Fitch from garage sales because you're so effing cheap.
Mm-hmm. There are lots of songs that start with pretty.
You're Beautiful, James Blunt.
Oh, that's a good one.
There you go.
I need to
Yeah,
get
but
a
it's
password
James
to this.
Blunt.
What about this one? No, that's not.
I'm walking.
Pretty Little Angel Eyes.
Oh.
Pretty little angel eyes.
How about Hey Good
no.
Looking?
I like that one.
I don't like that one at all.
I don't think
Pretty
we have
Little
that one.
Angel
What about
Eyes.
Brown-Eyed Handsome Man from
I don't
Chuck
have
Berry?
brown eyes.
Yeah, I know, but...
Stupid. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to plot some sort of attack against all of you.
All of us?
Yes.
What about Kurt Busch? He didn't do anything
Not
to
Kurt
you.
Busch.
He laughed a
I'm
lot
going to
at
mount the interns against you guys, and we're going to have some sort of attack.
I would
mount
like
the
that.
interns.
I would like an intern versus show battle of some sort.
I am going to attack you guys so bad.
Kurt Busch rally behind intern leader Ben Abercrombie as he rises up to take over the show.
You guys can be like the Wonder Twins. You use your power of stinking filth, and you would use the power of handsome and cheap. Together, when your wonder powers activate.
Whatever.
Form of
I don't know what I'm gonna
natural
do.
good genetics.
I haven't figured out what I'm going to do, but I will get you guys back eventually.
Form of grime under carpet when you move.
If you guys combined your powers, you'd be like one normal dude.
Yeah.
That's true. Why don't you guys go do it? It's amazing how often the flashback starts out titled with one person, and it always seems to end with Kurt Busch getting lumped in and devastated because of genetic malformity or something.
Well, that's what happens when you're an intern that's been around forever.
And just the fact that you're the resident show mongrel.
Well, yeah, that you're him.
In my mind, intern Kurt Busch and intern producer Joe started the same day.
There are radio shows that have career interns.
Yes.
There are radio stations that have career interns.
Yeah.
When I did my intern in 1991, I'll bet you there's still people interning at the radio station that I was interning with in 1991. They're like 56 years old. I can promise you that.
They have two jobs to support their radio habit, just waiting for one of those part-timers to move so they can take the next step in the chain.
They have bigger, more grandiose plans. I'm just waiting for Arthur P. to step down so I can take over.
They told me it's only a matter of time before I get to do Saturday afternoons.
My big break.
They said I was ahead of the game with a lot of the other people that started at the same time.
The guys at DJ school said I have a good tape.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show, brought to you by Adam. Call 827-AD-AM. Rain early today, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers developing later. 48 the high, 37 now. Hot Wings, do we have a giant milk spill update coming up at 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Anything
in the news about this?
Yeah, I'll try to glean that information for you about the big milk spill.
You mean our awesome news service doesn't have that as one of the top stories?
Are you kidding?
You're talking about Metro Networks.
Yeah, they're
all the news that's well, some of the news. That's some of the time.
Partial news.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings at Eric Zane. Thanks for joining us. So we heard about, we started the hour talking about that 76-year-old woman who had food brought to her home by a couple of men in Saudi Arabia, and then they were all lashed and
it's like nice
imprisoned and everything else.
Meals on Wheels program.
Here in the United States, someone in their mid to late 70s is cherished and loved, and they're still very active in the community. For example, 78-year-old William Rucker, Bardstown, Kentucky, pulled up to a drive-through window at his local bank and told the teller he had a bomb while holding up a UPS package.
Oh,
78,
boy,
huh?
Yeah. That always bums me out. 78, you know it's a desperate man.
Yeah, jeez.
He said he would detonate it unless she handed over the money, so the teller did as she was instructed, and he made off with the typical unspecified amount of cash.
Yep, okay.
When he robbed the bank, he used a car that he was test driving from a local car dealership.
Of course, because he's
What
old
really-
and dumb. Feeble stupidity.
I suppose good in theory, because then no one would know what your car was.
Was it a Buick LeSabre?
Had to be.
Yeah.
What else could it be?
Give me something in large
Maybe-
and cushy.
Maybe some sort of Caprice.
The big giant clock on my dash says it's time to rob a bank.
Yeah, there's an inherent problem with his plan.
Yeah, they saw the dealer plate when he pulled through. Believe it or not.
And shockingly, usually when you test
leave your
drive a car,
Leave your license.
they get at least a photocopy of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had this car on the video. Even if they didn't see the dealer plate initially, they were going to see it.
What a dummy.
If you're going to rob a bank, though, that's the age you do it at, though. I mean, he's near death anyway.
Yeah, because it says he's going to get 40 years in prison.
Sure.
Who cares? It'd be like 6 months.
Probably was homeless. This is probably a step up for this
Yeah, he
stupid
probably
old
wasn't
idiot.
eating.
It very well could be true.
Mm-hmm.
78 years old. He just had a UPS package that he was holding.
It was
any
nothing.
box.
It was nothing.
Oh, well. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Road rage traffic.
Traffic brought to you by Chrysler. Chrysler announces Employee Pricing Plus. Now get their Employee Price Plus generous cash. Cash allowances, that is. Boy, I did great reading that. Preston Heights, Leonard Street and Plainfield Avenue. There's a wreck. Somebody got a new job. Reading sponsors, and boy, are they happy. Chrysler announces free cars. East end of Zealand, Washington Avenue and Fairland Street. There's a crash there also. That's traffic.
News this time brought to you by McDonald's. Stop by McDonald's for a hot sausage sandwich, just $1 every day.
Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers developing this afternoon. A few storms could be severe. Of a high of about 48. It's 40 now. I'm Hot Wings. And the White House Auto Task Force is in Detroit meeting with top officials of GM, Chrysler, and the UAW. One official said the companies have been told that fundamental restructuring is needed and the need to make the changes is urgent. The official also said President Obama is committed to supporting the industry with the right changes. The administration will decide by the end of the month if the companies will receive up to $22 billion that they have requested. Meanwhile, Ford and the UAW have agreed to the changes in contracts both sides hope will put the automaker in a better position to compete with foreign brands. A milk truck's trailer overturned yesterday on 131, spilling 5,000 gallons of milk onto the highway. The crash occurred around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon in the southbound lanes north of the S-curve and near the I-196 interchange near Grand Rapids. The truck was pulling 2 trailers. The second one was the one that flipped over. The highway was closed for about 2 hours. No reports of injuries.
Pretty convenient timing, though.
Oh.
The end of the
well,
day.
yeah, I mean, just before rush hour. Well, I mean, no sweat.
And
No
on the
biggie.
S-curve, there's a lot of alternate routes you can take right there. Not really.
No.
My name is Sam Donaldson, and I got a message for you. News ain't just for the white man, it's for the bros and sisters, too.
Mad props to the hoodie.
Mad props to the hoodya.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
What in God's name is this?
Say.
With free beer,
Every thought that pops into your mind, Zane, go ahead and say it.
I like popcorn.
hot wings,
Well, it's like I've never gone into Murray's house of big pants before. Why would I start now just because some homeless guy's holding a sign?
and Eric Zane.
How hard is it? You got one job. Watch people so they don't escape. And if they try, shoot them.
The Free Beer and Hot Wings Morning Show.
You're an inhuman monster!
It's one of my favorites.
That is
Tuesday, it is the Free Beer and Hot Wings show. I'm Free Beer.
I'm Hot Wings.
Hi, Hot Wings.
Hello, Free Beer.
Hello, Eric Zane.
Hello.
Hello, Joe. Good talk. You can join us toll free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com.
You got a good talk.
Joe is just staring in the booth. I know why you were staring. Legitimate reasons.
Yeah.
Whoops. It is the I can't wait to talk about blank segment, whatever might be on your mind. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com or go to the website freebeerandhotwings.com. A little bit later on, a Chinese shortcut that didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
And then also a story. Remember in Shawshank Redemption when Brooks got out of jail and he didn't know how to live outside and he hung himself? Not everybody hangs themselves. Some people find a different plan.
All right.
This one didn't work out either. And then what Hot Wings thinks. Which topic today?
I wish Star Wars would just die.
Suspect I'll agree with you.
God, I am so sick of everything that revolves around Star Wars, a franchise that hasn't been interesting in, I don't know, like 30 years.
Well, I mean, yeah, the most recent movies.
Yeah, but they all
sucked.
sucked.
Well, I know, but they garnered a lot of interest.
Well, I know, but they all sucked.
Last one is okay.
I didn't hate them.
I hated the first one.
I didn't like the slow parts of it, but I'm not 100% on board with that take. I'll be interested in hearing you try to convince me.
Fair enough.
I think I liked the three newest ones as much as I would have liked the three old ones if I had seen them at the same age and same time of my life.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Maybe, but I didn't see those at the same time in my life, so they don't have the same resonance for me.
8-year-old me thought Luke Skywalker was a great actor and maybe a real person.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not real.
He really did have the Force.
1-800-947-3979. So we got the Chinese shortcut little bit story a little bit later on this hour. But did you see them messing with our Navy again yesterday? Well, I say again because it reminded me and it reminded a lot of people of when President Bush first became president. Remember they forced that plane down, and then they didn't hold them hostage. Well, they kind of did. Way back when, and they think what happened yesterday with our Navy in international waters, but within what China refers to as I think they referred to it as their economic zone of the water.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. You just get to make up where the international line is.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second here. So we've got was it like a destroyer? What type of U.S.?
It was actually a naval ship that was out there for the purpose of mapping the bottom of the ocean.
Was it armed? I'm sure there was some
it's
type
armed,
of ordnance.
but it's not a warship.
And what type of Chinese vessel was?
It was several vessels, I believe.
And what were they? What type of were they? Like big frigates or whatever they're called, destroyers.
Not sure what kind they were, but at some point the people on the U.S. ship prepared to be boarded, and there was a brief standoff, and it was just China flexing their muscles.
So
degree.
What happens? I mean, when we call them out on, do they say, we're just screwing around?
Oh, no, man. It's
or do
cool.
they actually say,
no, they say
this
you're
is
in our
serious.
space, so we can do what we want.
They were pretty contentious about it?
Yeah. This was their way of saying they don't like according to the news report I saw this morning, it's China's way of reminding everyone that they don't like the U.S. military snooping around the fringes of China.
Yeah, they say that we provoked the incident.
Yeah. I don't know how. Well, I know how they think we did because we were in international waters and they claimed it was in their economic zone or whatever.
Yeah, they said we violated international law.
No, we didn't.
Oh, boy. Well, maybe we did. If we're in their no economic zone, whatever it is, but no economy zone.
We might have violated Chinese law or Chinese wishes. I don't know. It's all over my head. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. Dave in Illinois joins us. Hi, Dave.
How's it going?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I saw something kind of interesting on ESPN last night. There's an Oklahoma college women's basketball player that claims that if they don't win the national title, she's going to pay back her entire full scholarship, which is, I think, $40,000.
Really?
Well, it must come from a rich family, or she's just incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think she does come from a good background. And college basketball is so unpredictable.
That's a fairly ridiculous claim. Now maybe
that's noble and everything, but it's stupid because the universities make money off the athletes. What they get in return is their education.
Right.
that's the way it works. You know, people say, well, why don't you pay the athletes? Well, they have an opportunity to get what otherwise would be an extraordinarily expensive education.
Yes.
So that's at least the argument. You don't go and go, I'm going to give it back.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, she's stupid.
Yeah, that's a terrible decision.
I don't know
on
who
her
that
part.
is, but she's a stupid woman.
It's not going to work out. She obviously isn't learning during her education.
No, she must have taken like communications classes or something. Clearly not business.
I took communications classes.
I know. So
Clearly
did I.
not business.
See?
Yeah. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's going to work out.
No.
Especially
no one
since
cares. That's the only time anyone's paid about. Only two things people have paid attention with women's college basketball this year have been Pat Summitt and this story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much.
UConn's team is undefeated, and I didn't learn about that until this morning.
They have a team?
There's always it seems like 4 teams that are really great, and then the rest are. There is so little parity in women's college basketball.
It does seem to be that way.
Like
You've always got
Tech,
UConn, you've always got
Tennessee,
and some,
Duke,
occasionally like
Duke women.
Notre Dame will show up or something.
And they might not even be really good this year. I'm just guessing that they are.
Yeah.
I have no idea because I don't follow it.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to get into the game because everybody's obviously so much shorter. I mean, they're just not as tall.
I was reading an article the other day about a girl that they're saying is going to revolutionize women's basketball. She's a high schooler right now and will be playing in college next year. I don't remember where she had committed to. But they say that she's going to be on television all the time because, and they said it, not me, she dunks like a man.
Oh, really?
Like when she gets the ball, she can go up off 2 feet and dunk it one-handed. She can get it on the break and finish at the rim.
Effortless. She's
like like in the past when they've had those dunks, they have to be wide open on a breakaway, and it looks like kids on my varsity basketball team when they dunk a volleyball, just barely over the rim and then pull down the rim for emphasis.
Okay, well, I would love it if a woman were to play with dudes. I mean, seriously. And dominate.
I'm always fascinated by the fact that it's still interesting that a woman dunks because you see some of these women and, I mean, some of them, let's face it, some of them are a bit dudeish. I mean, some of them are really manly.
Right.
I mean, they're tough women.
Yeah.
And, you think, well, when a guy like Spud Webb, who was, 5'6", 5'7", and he can dunk a basketball with regularity in regular... Well, yeah, not now, but I mean at the time.
Now he appears to dunk donuts with regularity.
But at the time, I mean, here's a guy who's 5'7", athletic, and can dunk pretty regularly over very, very tall competitors in the NBA.
Right.
You would think some of these women who are like 6'1", 6'2", 6'4", whatever, like it wouldn't be that interesting anymore. You'd think a lot of them would be able to do that. I mean, I know that our body types are slightly different and everything, but some of them work out like guys, that have really strong legs and calves, and it's just surprising to me in today's day and age that it's still surprising when women dunk.
Yeah,
like you'd think it would happen all the time.
Yeah, in fact, I just was watching ESPN the other day. Then they had one of those great moments in women's basketball history, and then they flash back and they said, on this date, 2 or 3 years ago, Candace Parker became the first woman to dunk in an NCAA tournament game. In fact, she did it twice. And they showed them, and it was, Tennessee's up by 31. Here's Parker all alone. And I'm like, well, that was like Globetrotters dunking. That's not impressive.
Well, and they look awkward, too, because she'd do like those big, tall, gangly, two-handed dunks, and it was just
a stuff.
Yeah.
More like a flush.
Yeah,
when you see footage of Lou Alcindor playing for New York Power High School or Power Memorial, and he's dunking with 2 hands, but careful not to touch the rim.
Yeah, it's just kind of softly, gently going in with 2 fingers.
We have, of course, I got half the facts wrong on the Chinese thing. Shane in Grand Rapids, would you make the correction?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Guys.
Hey. Hi, man.
All right. UN ship, not a U.S. ship.
UN ship. Okay.
Yeah. And it was 3 times the size of the other ships, as it was several Chinese fishing vessels, which, when you see the comparison, this thing's like 3 times bigger than any of these ships.
The UN vessel was massive compared to the fishing boats?
Well, now,
fishing boats.
According to the New York Times, it was a U.S. Navy ship.
Yeah. Well, Sean,
not a UN like big boat.
Wait.
It was
Wait,
a
you
U.S.
can't say-
Navy
you
ship.
can't say yeah.
It was a U.S. surveillance
UN,
ship
he
called
supplied a
Impeccable.
lot of their equipment, but it's still considered a UN ship.
All
Okay,
right.
well,
No,
that's
I disagree.
That's not at any point what the New York Times called it, but all right.
Right.
Or ABC News or any of the other ones.
Well, what
Yeah,
about
I
the
mean-
fishing boats? Is there?
The fishing boats, if that's true, that's not what they said on CBS News this morning, nor on the news that I watched last night.
You said Sean, right? That's his name.
Sure. Shane.
Shane, is that what?
Sean, where did you get your update?
Yeah.
I was watching it on a live broadcast.
Oh, a live broadcast. Okay, what specifically? Because
Comedy Central or
Freebird.
Well, they had footage on it on both Fox News and on the webcast.
And on Fox News, they referred to it as a UN boat and fishing boats?
Yes,
Really?
they actually referred to it as a UN boat, and during the presidential press conference,
Mm-hmm.
They were saying U.S. supports UN, that kind of BS with the...
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Shane.
Well, regardless,
Yeah.
still a U.S. boat.
Does it say anything about Chinese fishing
Yeah,
boats?
that's the
that
big
came
No,
up
I
here?
mean, admittedly, some of the Chinese vessels were in fact smaller than the U.S. ship.
Sure.
I mean, they were smaller, but there were 5 of them, and they were still creating an incident. Now, chances are, if the U.S. wanted to, they probably could have blown the guys out of the water.
That would have been a problem.
But you don't generally want to create an international incident. It's already an incident because there was any kind of confrontation at all. But, I mean, so we'll try not to get too hung up on semantics. The fact is it was a U.S.-sponsored boat of some sort.
Yes.
That was in an area that the Chinese didn't appreciate. 5 Chinese vessels surrounded it at one time, coming within 25 feet of the U.S. boat, which is quite close. And, it was an incident and just more proof that the Chinese are
a bit of a problem.
Not exactly our best friends.
No. Now, especially now that the Olympics are over, they don't have to be on good behavior anymore.
What we have is a working relationship. Like, for instance, like if Freebeer and I, yes, we work together, but at the same time, if I go drive by his place and get out of my car and step foot on his sidewalk, he probably won't surround me with 5 dogs and threaten me and tell me to get the hell out of there.
5 cats, maybe, but not dogs.
Yeah, no, not dogs. 5 cats, maybe.
Rally those cats.
But I mean, he probably wouldn't threaten me in such a manner because
Not in the past.
we have more than just a maybe today, but more than just a working, functional relationship.
Okay.
1-800-947-3979. You can email Freebeer and Hot Wings at hotmail.com. We continue with the world political update. Matt and Flint. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show.
Thanks, man. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey, you guys talking about international incidents and confrontations and all that. I was listening to our local news. I live up in the Thumb of Michigan, and I heard that supposedly North Korea, they said they're launching a satellite, but the U.S. is saw it as a missile or something like that.
Well, there is. They are doing a satellite launch this weekend.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who believe that North Korea, it's actually just a cover for them to test another missile, which wouldn't be surprising. North Korea is also upset about a number of things, so they've discontinued the hotline between North and South Korea. They made it sound like he went out there with scissors and cut the hotline in half.
I wouldn't be surprised. I bet that hotline, the South Korean side is, it's got a television on it and, probably every kind of multimedia interface.
Yeah.
It's like the world's most awesome phone. And then you cross the border and on the other side, Kim Jong-il is holding a tin can with a string on it.
And at best, he's hoping to upgrade to one of those phones on the wall from Little House on the Prairie where you turn the crank and speak into the hole.
Yeah.
Maybe someday he can have one of those.
Can you see me? Why can't I see you?
That's not true. The man invented a hamburger, for goodness sake.
Well, that's true. I forgot about that, and he also shot 17 on 18 holes of golf.
Yeah. He doesn't need a nice telephone.
No. You guys, I was perusing Facebook again, and my friend Carl, the guy who you guys made fun of, not me, the last time we talked about this, and I guess the new thing to do is post old pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people I went to high school with do that as well. Post pictures from high school.
And they're always great fun when you see something that you never had a picture of. You never knew the picture existed. Someone
Right, you don't even realize you're in it.
Maybe
Yeah.
even an event in some cases, not that this is necessarily one of them that you're referencing, but where you may not even have even thought about that event or anything in years, and all of a sudden it floods the memories back to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got a notification not long ago that there was a picture that I was, as they say, tagged on, meaning that it came clear that someone had posted a picture and put my name on it. And Carl was the guy who did it. My friend Carl. He's the guy who's organizing this big class reunion in May, which I can't wait for. This is going to be unbelievable. I just want to see who's fat, broke, filthy. What happened to the bullies?
Now, is Carl the one that posted those photos of those boyish women from before?
Yeah, you can hear the uncomfort. Yeah, Carl has posted pictures in the past of some of my classmates, and I don't know anything about that other comment.
Now, you said you were looking forward to this reunion of sorts to find out who is now fat or
people,
basically
the people I didn't
or
like.
Poor. I would argue you already know that from some of the pictures that he's posted on Facebook.
I don't think any of those people fall into that category.
We certainly know the fat one.
Yeah.
No.
Old.
No. That might be me.
Poor.
Boyish.
By the way, the one woman who you really let her have it over her haircut.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe the way my mother would have me go to school. I look like a boy." So,
well, I wasn't saying we weren't suggesting that she looks bad now. Just
we don't know what she looks like now.
No, now she looks. I mean, she's a late bloomer, which is always a phenomenal thing when you see somebody that looks like a dude in high school, but suddenly she's transformed in her mid-30s, late 30s, like we all are. But anyway, Carl put this picture up of me, and you've made fun of me before, and I've made fun of myself for my posture. The way I sit.
Yeah.
It was more of a problem in the past because I've kind of tried to sit upright with my shoulders back because my doctor said, you got to stop slouching.
Right.
Because when I do that, my back starts to hurt and it gets a nice big curve, almost like a hump, like a hunchback. Apparently, this was a problem in 8th grade because look at this. Look at that. And look at the size of my head.
It's junior question mark.
That's crazy. Not only are you slouching, but you have hair like Horshack.
Look at my comment. I wrote, geez, my head looks huge. Kind of like a kid who got too much oxygen at birth. Nice posture. Apparently my goal is to make my spine look like a question mark. Ha! I like making fun of me. Look at this. Joe, I'm going to send you this picture, and then you can post this picture of... Look, I cannot believe the size of my melon.
That is giant. But it appears to be at least 50% hair.
Yeah.
So in that photo, you're the same age as your son, right?
8th grade.
8th grade,
well,
right? That's pretty wild.
Oh, my gosh.
I assume that you're in that class for detention since some of the chairs are on top of the desk?
Sure enough. And I got my finger, I'm extending my pointer finger. Apparently, I was getting ready to do something to the teacher. Point at him, of course. Day after class.
Are you wearing sweatpants to school?
Yeah, I am. Sweatpants and a Mark the Bird Fitterich T-shirt.
That's pretty impressive.
Oh, my gosh. What a little troll. All right, Joe, I'll send you that on an email.
Be sure to note the
instant message or something.
Be sure to note the creeper standing in the doorway who dressed like Styles from Teen Wolf.
Yeah, I was just thinking that guy must have grown up to become a pedophile.
There's no question.
He's walking out shortly after the next picture. I'm sniffing my finger.
Is that a weird angle coming into the nose and it just sort of attracted?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it happens.
Yeah.
Seeing those old pictures like that,
man. Oh, man. Brutal.
It provides you with joy, but it's almost always more painful than it is rewarding.
Man, I went to school dressed like that.
Yeah.
Because my ma had no money. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for leaving. Appreciate it.
It worked out great.
Yeah.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwigs@hotmail.com. It's funny you mentioned the your quote-unquote high school reunion, sort of an impromptu Facebook reunion, because you just passed what would have been your 20th reunion, and it wasn't that fun.
No, I guess there was only like 12 people that showed up for that thing, so these people got together on Facebook and started like spreading the word, and now everybody wants to go to this thing.
Well, And the reason you're wanting to go to it is the same reason anybody goes to it, is to see who's screwed up, who's divorced, who has a hot wife, who's hot themselves, who's ugly, all that stuff. That's why you go. I think most people go and they end up having a lot of fun talking to old friends and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
But you go to be voyeuristic. That's why you go.
Yeah,
very much.
Completely. I want to see these people again for another 10 years.
And I think for a lot of people, if you were one of the people that wasn't popular and wasn't on the cutting edge of good times in high school, you go because you're hoping to see the other ones are failures. True?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, this is bad news from this guy. An economist named Stephen Levitt just did a study to find out how a person's popularity in high school relates to their earnings later in life. And some people would make the argument that earnings equals success, though not always. What he found is for each additional close friend a person has in high school, their earnings are 2% higher later in life on average.
Say that again.
He found that for each additional close friend a person has in high school, their earnings are 2% higher later in life. So someone who is really popular and is friends with a dozen people is going to earn a lot more money, 24% more, than someone who's the loner who walks around by themselves.
Well, of course, because the loner, it's clear, has no social skills.
Yes.
He's because he has no social skills, he probably didn't bathe. He walked around like kind of like me in this picture. It's I didn't have it. I had very, very few friends. I was kind of a loner, and I'm poor now because of it.
This guy says that you don't have to be popular to have a lot of friends. You might have a lot of other friends who are also unpopular. You might have a giant group of losers that hangs out together. That could boost your income later on. So you don't have to. Doesn't mean you have to be popular. This article makes it seem like if you're not popular, you're not going to make any money. You just have to be friends with a lot of people.
Yeah, pretty much you just have to be a halfway decent human being and not a complete idiot.
That's the struggle.
That usually helps a little bit, yeah. Kind of the bottom line of that.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. One more note on the China incident. This is Brandon in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
What's happening?
What's up, buddy?
Not too much. Just getting off work.
Okay.
You have an update? Something we left out?
Okay, well, and I don't know if this is this is a Fox affiliate out of Minneapolis, and they said on their news station that the U.S. boat, UN boat, whatever, was completely unarmed.
Yeah.
Nothing on it, just a research boat. And they tried to ward off the Chinese ships using fire hoses on the ship.
What?
I also heard that they were firing the fire hoses because those Chinese ships got so close. They were firing fire hoses and thus strong streams of water at the Chinese.
Right.
And the Chinese were apparently taunting them, right?
Yes,
the Chinese
the one
responded.
I saw, they got naked or got into their boxers and just kind of shaking around, trying to make fun of the.
Well, it sounds like a typical Navy experience right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Next thing you know,
really
everyone's in their underwear and all wet.
No doubt, man.
Yep, they're playing.
I'm surprised they didn't head to the beach and have a volleyball tournament and make out.
Thank you, Brandon. Greg joins us. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, man.
Good.
I was just listening, and I heard if you have more friends, you get 2% more income with every friend you get.
Yeah.
That is totally true.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Break it down.
I work on cars. I work on exotic cars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugattis. I get $100,000 a year. I'm only 18.
And you lie.
So are you calling to tell us how popular you were or how wealthy you are?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah,
what does that have to do?
More of popularity because every single one of the vehicles is owned by a friend.
So you're telling me
you can make, the more money you can get.
So a lot of your other friends that you were popular with in high school now own Lamborghinis and Bugattis and
Yep.
and you fix their cars.
Yeah. I fix them, tune them, everything.
How long do you think it'll be before you're, well, maybe not you, but all of your friends who own Bugattis and Ferraris are in prison because they find out that they're actually stealing money?
I don't know.
Does that ever bum you out that they're so well off they can own those and you just have to fix them?
Most of these friends used to be drug addicts, so
what?
Yeah.
Really, I don't know.
No woman
how
would
long
want to
it's
have
gonna
sex
last.
with
Yeah.
that loser.
Now they just sell them.
Well, that's pretty sweet. Thank you, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What was going through that guy's mind?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
I
don't
haven't
know.
told anyone how much money I make today.
I am dreaming
I
about
haven't
dollar
told
signs.
anybody how much money I make today.
Hey guys,
I don't
make
know.
$100,000.
I don't know if he was making the argument to make more friends in school or make more friends with drug dealers in school.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
that one.
I think your argument, while it does sort of prop up the other argument, is still slightly different parameters. What they were looking at. But
However, if I were, I think regardless of age and success, I think I need to rethink things and start working on friends' Lamborghinis. Though
Well,
it seems like
clearly.
a pretty short business model because I see about one a year while driving, and they probably already have someone. Him.
Well, I think he's really onto something. The more rich friends you have, the more chances are they'll give you money, and you'll get rich too.
Yeah.
So,
we need
that's
some,
why I'm going to start hanging out with NBA players.
We need some rich friends. Caller 8 if you want to be our rich friend.
Yep.
Right now.
Yeah, we'll occasionally hang out with you, tell you how great you are, and you just have to buy us stuff.
You will give us things. That's what we're going to do.
Yep.
Dave in Grand Rapids. Hi, Dave.
How you guys doing?
Good. man.
I just want to make a comment about your friends and money deal. It seemed to me when I was going to high school and all the guys and girls that were popular were the ones whose parents had money and they could afford to buy their kids all the new clothes and all the new cool things.
Yeah.
And then, their parents were able to help afford them to go to these real big universities and colleges and stuff. So, yeah, for that matter, you have a lot of popular friends where your parents help you go through college, so of course you're going to get a better job because you can get that education. We're the ones that are unpopular because their parents are broke. They can't go to college. They got to work as some type of production worker or something like that, so of course they're not going to be rich. So.
Well, yeah, there's some socioeconomic factors there, but this was based on the amount of friends you have, not about how popular you are. Like, for instance, I knew everybody in my high school, and I got along with everybody, but I wouldn't say that I was popular. But I had a lot of friends. You're in the marching band and stuff. You immediately have like 70 friends.
Yeah.
But
you're not popular.
But, yeah, so having a lot of friends but being popular in terms of the, like stereotypical movie type of popularity that I didn't enjoy. I didn't have that.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends, but somehow having nerd as part of my nickname didn't really make me that popular. So
You hear that?
Have to go with that. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Hey, you're poor.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. Coming up in the next segment, we're going to get to a story about a guy in China who said, I need to take this shortcut. I will do no research to make sure it's safe. I'm just going to go. We'll share that story with you. But meanwhile, Mike in New York. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Not much. Something make you cry yesterday?
Yeah, I was watching the NFL greatest comebacks, and as Montana's rookie year when he was playing the Eagles, and they was like down by, I don't know, it was 27 points, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And they come back, scored. And then I heard something about Joe crying over a movie or something, or SpongeBob SquarePants, something, I don't know.
He was crying over a book called The Last Lecture about a man.
That's what it was. That's
Yeah.
what it was. But man, I heard that, and I'm like, that's pretty gay. And then watching that, I was figuring this has got to be even gayer over a football.
So, wait, you cried over a regular season game that involved a comeback of the 49ers over the Eagles?
Yes, I did.
From like 30 years ago?
Yeah, it's like 20-some years ago, yeah.
I used to play football here.
Are you a 49ers fan or a?
Nope, I'm not. I'm actually a Cincinnati Bengals fan, about as great as you Lions fans.
Are you are you imbalanced?
Are you a sissy?
What made you
know.
cry?
It's just watching it. It was like, just hit me.
And I'm a carpenter. I could.
I don't know what made you cry. Like, at least with Joe's, it was a very sad lecture about a man who was dying of cancer. You cried because the team scored 13 fourth-quarter points en route to a major comeback.
I can't tell you what it was, brother.
Did you start thinking of Joe?
Actually, I did.
Yeah, you actually thought of him while you were weeping over the big regular season.
No, it wasn't. thinking of him. It was thinking about the story, and I'm like, this is pretty gay.
Yeah. It is pretty bad. Mm-hmm.
No way.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome, fellas.
Mike's very emotionally fragile.
Well,
clearly.
I'm sad about stuff.
And the Magic are on an 8-0 run, and they tie the game at 34 midway through the second quarter.
And a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God that the dream came true.
Now, if I saw that, maybe I could see where you might get a little teary. Like if you watched, like if you were a Phillies fan and you watched Mike Schmidt when you were growing up, and so then seeing him retire and break down, that makes sense. But a regular season game that involves a comeback of some sort, that doesn't work for me.
The Mike Schmidt one is funny is because he's talking and his voice
And a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God that the dream came true.
Can you imagine anybody who knows him, or if he by chance were listening to us lampoon that? Oh my God!
It's like
you'd have to admit it sounds hysterical.
Well, he's sobbing. It's funny. I mean, it wouldn't be funny if he was talking about, a father or an old coach or something. But, he's just at a retirement and starts.
Right.
And the emotions get the best of him, and he starts sobbing, and that's funny.
I mean, don't get us wrong. We wouldn't play it if, like, some guy were on TV after a tragedy took place or something like that. We wouldn't.
No, we only play guys like that when a library is closing or they retire from baseball.
I grew up here. I live here. I used to play football here. I can't believe anybody's going to close this damn thing down. And I'm a carpenter. I could. I'm a carpenter.
Coming up, we'll get to that Chinese shortcut story. Well, let's get to what Hot Wings thinks this hour. And then later on, if you've been trying to convince your significant other that you need to have more sex with them, then we have statistics that will bear out that it is good for you and the other person's health.
Okay.
You will have true empirical data that will help you move in that direction.
Excellent.
If you think that'll work. That's coming up a little bit later on as well. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Road Rage Traffic.
Brought to you by Dodge, announcing Employee Pricing Plus. Now get their employee price plus generous cash allowances. Qualified buyers get a low APR financing through Chrysler Financial. Let's see. Main roads are wet and slow. Look out, though. Hydroplaning is an issue with lots of water on the road, so look out for that. That's traffic.
Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers developing later on. 48 the high. It's 37 now. Downtown GR. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. Later on, politicians, you always want to think that they're just like everybody else. We have an example a little bit later on. The Australian Prime Minister was on television, and it's unclear whether he was in a press conference or if he was on like a talk show, but clearly he was in a question and answer session. And he started speaking like you might if no one was around, as opposed to the way you would if you were the Prime Minister, with a very specific drop of a four-letter word that wouldn't normally happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And also, there's audio floating around, and I don't know if we're going to put it on our website or not, but we'll probably need to figure that out. But Britney Spears, the footage was revealed over the weekend of her at a concert performance where she thought her microphone was off as she finished one of her songs.
Yeah.
Her microphone was, in fact, not off when she announced, accidentally, to everyone in the arena that her blank was hanging out.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Top or bottom?
Bottom.
Yeah.
Leave Britney alone!
Oh.
And I
this
thought
seems like a really bad camel toe offense.
Any idea as to how big the camel toe actually was?
Put it this way: this is not going to make people think that she is more classy than before.
No.
I suspect none of you will have ever heard your wife saying, "My is hanging out."
Joe's ex's grandma, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Remember that deal?
But no, not my wife.
It's classy.
Leave her alone!
The video that's going around.
It's Mike Schmidt.
On the video that's going around, I think it was on TMZ, but you can find it on YouTube as well. After she says it, you can hear the people who are taping it from like the upper deck of the arena they're in.
Yeah.
Say, what did she say? And then the person repeats it, and they laugh hysterically.
Oh, man.
Well, in her defense, it was probably the only time during the show that her microphone was on.
That's probably true.
So
how would she have known? Get this story from Beijing.
Oh,
A Siberian tiger at a wildlife park near Beijing attacked and killed a man who climbed into its enclosure. Why did he do that? He was looking for a shortcut down from the Great Wall.
The Great Wall of China.
Yeah.
Now, every time I see images of the Great Wall of China, I see it running along rolling hills in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It never would have occurred to me that there'd be a tiger enclosure and a spot for a shortcut near any spot of the Great Wall.
Plus, I would have thought, since the Great Wall is largely a tourism device at this point, that there would have been lots of up and down spots.
Yeah, I would think so.
On the Great Wall. I've never been there, obviously. I don't know. But this guy, he was hiking with two other people on the wall when the group decided to jump down to save time on the descent, landing themselves in the Wildlife World's tiger enclosure. The tiger,
the theme park,
pounced on Gu, knocking him down and clamping its jaws around his throat, said a wildlife officer, who, according to this article, only gave his surname Wang. So Wang is reporting on Gu.
Oh, okay.
Wang is the one delivering the Gu story.
So Wang is delivering on Gu.
The Gu story.
Right.
Wang's delivering Gu, we could just say.
I wonder if they did a radio show together.
So Wang is the spokesperson.
Right,
about Gu.
About the Gu attack.
What happened to Gu?
Well, Wang says that Gu was attacked by a tiger, who immediately clamped its jaws around Gu's throat.
Okay.
He saw the attack and chased the tiger in a Jeep until it released.
I can see the gears are working in Hot Wings' brain.
So the tiger's got a mouthful of Gu.
Right. And the ranger saw the attack. He chased the tiger in a Jeep until it released Gu from its mouth.
Okay, so he never actually swallowed Gu.
No.
He just chewed Gu.
Oh, my God.
Gu, the 20-year-old who jumped down.
Right. The Chinese man looking for a shortcut named Gu.
Wow.
Wang.
What a release.
Wang says this. The men ignored all the warning signs and jumped over the protective fences.
Mm-hmm.
You think he just reach around and get out of there?
Man, well,
So Gu went right past the barrier to the danger zone.
Mm-hmm.
That is unfortunate. He should have protected himself in some manner. I mean, Wang was clearly protected.
Of course he was.
He used his brain.
The two men who escaped told police they had seen signs around the enclosure cautioning of predatory animals, but did not believe the signs because they couldn't see the animals at the time they jumped down.
Mm-hmm. Dude's dead, right?
He is dead. The cat that ate Gu
it was huge.
500 pounds.
Wow. Can you imagine Gu walking there and he sees that cat?
Hello, pussy.
And then it just attacks him.
Ridiculous story.
Goodbye, Gu.
Yeah.
No more Gu.
Well,
I can't believe he made the decision to say, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just cut through here, even though it says this is a tiger preserve.
What could possibly go wrong?
No,
man.
Tigers are gentle, and I thought they weren't into Gu.
Roy Horn was asked to comment, and he just nodded. He just said, yeah.
Only because the muscles in his neck have not grown back yet. That's why he nodded.
Yeah.
He has no idea what's going on.
What Hot Wings thinks on the way next. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show, brought to you by Burger King. The King knows you're hungry. Open late. Stop in tonight. Got an email from Kevin Curnow over with the Griffins.
Yes. Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Me, Kev. I am writing you an email.
He said that if you go online to griffinshockey.com and you want to buy any of the remaining tickets for the special D-Zone game that is this Friday, the one that was added after the initial 8-game schedule was brought out for the D-Zone games, that you can no longer buy 4-packs, so it'll tell you they're sold out. But if you wanted to buy a single seat or two seats together or even 3 seats together, there are still a very limited number available. And if you call the Griffins office at 1-800-2-HOCKEY and ask for Kevin Curnow, he can hook you up with
Yeah.
those.
He
and
will
then
say, hello.
hello.
Yeah, just
It
call
is
him.
quite a deal.
Just call him to say hi, just so you can hear how weird he talks.
Just call and say hi if you got an extra 30 minutes or so lying around.
Hello, it's Kevin.
Hello. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. A little bit later on in the next segment, sex may save your life. That's what a new study is saying. You can use it as ammo for increasing your own sexual activity with whoever you are trying to convince. Assuming they're a willing partner, you can't just go and start forcing it on people. That's not going to save your life.
I'm going to go have a stern talking to with my computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To save your life.
Good lecture to your PC.
Yeah.
Also, there's been some news stories going around about people who have given up on trying to sell their house and have started trading them, and we're going to ask people to share their stories of I traded blank for blank. I know, like my first radio job, people would call into the swap shop and offer to trade.
Right.
I have a cord of wood. It's been sitting in my yard since 1980. I will sell it for $18, or I will take interesting trades. And then somebody would call in later and say, yeah, I have a 1980 Chevette. I will trade it for a cord of wood. And then we'd put them together, and it was the best radio show in the history of man.
I've always been fascinated by those types of radio shows. I mean, it's not like stimulating or great radio,
No,
but
it's
there's
awful.
something that's really interesting about hearing people call and work out these trades for crazy items. Like you said, like a Chevette for a cord of wood or something.
To me, that would be fun to do as long as we could make fun of whoever called in.
Go, why do you even own that in the first place?
That's what was sorely lacking when I
That's
had
what
to
you
host
need.
the swap
We
shop
could-
with
we
Pat
could pull-
Povey.
Yeah.
We could pull that bit off.
Yeah, because it
Do a
wouldn't
swap shop.
Wouldn't be
Yes.
quite as much fun to go, wow, that sounds like a really interesting item you have there,
Right.
Mr. Samuels.
We
Yes,
would
we will try to
browbeat-
hook you up with somebody who also owns 41 stale donuts.
We would beat the hell out of whomever called up with whatever it was, provided it was worthy of being beat up about.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was cool, it was cool. And then we'd get somebody else, and then they'd execute the trade. We'd negotiate the deal right there.
It'd be like radio eBay. And like on the swap shop with Pat Povey, who, by the way, was as old as her name says she would be.
Okay.
Nice lady. Super nice lady.
Yeah.
But old. And that was the only thing she did with the radio station. She had no radio experience, but she'd show up and she'd tough talk people.
Call the
Remember,
shots.
you get 4 items, no more than 4. And if somebody called in twice during the show, and she let them have it. It was awesome. Jack, didn't you already call? Yes.
And
Do
by
not
the-
call twice. You're limited to 4 items. There's a lot of people who want to get through. And then when she'd say that, I would look to my right to the phone, the unblinking light, which said, in fact, no one wanted to get through.
And everybody knows each other. So she's like, Jack, and by the way, you need to weed that flower bed. It looks miserable.
That's exactly how it went. I'll see you at bowling Tuesday night in Beaverton. Okay.
Sounds good.
It's crazy.
Wow.
But you know what? I for our college apartments where Hot Wings and I were roommates, our VCR was purchased through the power of the swap shop.
Yeah.
Our microwave was purchased through the power of swap shop.
I'm not kidding you. I want to do this bit. I want to do it just like you said it.
Be like radio eBay.
I just want to do it so we can find stuff to buy.
But it'd be trading. You'd be trading. It is because eBay is like sales.
Well, this was
Yeah.
sales and trading.
Yeah, it was a
on
little bit
swap
of both.
shop.
It was like a classified
Okay, it would have
ads
to be
type.
Now we
trading.
could make it trade.
I wanted only trades.
Mm-hmm.
No sales. I mean, that's just the preposterousness of, John in Albany, who has a autographed Johnny Bench catcher's mitt, who is going to work out a trade with Steve in Nashville, who has an old Barbie collection with the hole cut out. With the butt cut out.
Turns out both the Barbie and the glove had a hole cut in them. Both for similar reasons.
So
maybe.
Yeah.
All right, if you have something
might be good once.
as time goes on throughout the day, if you have something that you think is of value that you would like
Yeah.
to trade away,
Let's do it.
and you have a wish list, you can call at any time. We'll make today an ongoing Free Beer and Hot Wings show swap shop thread.
How does it now would people call up and say, "Yep, I got a 1971 John Deere tractor and I'm looking to get," would he say what his wish list is?
Sometimes, most of the time, they just say the price. Like it would be, hello, you're on Swap Shop, all unscreened.
Yeah,
and it
just
didn't
pick up
matter
the phone.
because everyone knew everyone. So if somebody did something unruly, then
Yeah, you
and there
just
was,
literally walk down the street and punch them and then walk back to
Right.
the station.
There were a few people that were really old and senile who would call. And one time, because the only full-time employee other than the owner of the radio station was a guy named Charlie Cobb. And Charlie was one of those guys that in college I thought he was in his 40s because I was in college when I worked there. And so he told me he was getting married. I go, oh, is this your second marriage? He goes, no, it's my first. I go, oh. I go, gosh. I go, I can't believe you'd never been married before. And he said, how old do you think I am? And I go, I don't know, 42. And he was only a year older than me. But he had he was like barrel chested, like a man in his 40s, you know, and then he had a beer gut. And he had a mustache that was not the kind of thing people had in the early to mid 90s.
Right.
And he just looked a lot older. And I go, I don't know, 42. And he goes, I'm 23. And I go, oh, my God.
Well,
but Charlie,
that should have been a wake-up call.
Charlie would get really mad because when you did Swap Shop, you'd call in and you'd say, hi, this is Steve from Houghton Lake, and I would like to sell, and then you'd list off as many as 4 things. And it was always crap, and people would call with the same crap every week. I have a tire off of a truck that went in the ditch in front of my house 3 months ago that I stole while the man was bleeding out. I also have some bullets for a gun that was stolen. I don't know what kind. Right. Well, I have an air popcorn popper. If you would like to call me, and then they'd give their phone number.
Okay.
And so then people would call near the end of the show who were driving, who needed a used air popcorn popper with the missing popcorn attachment, and they would call and say, do you have the phone number? And so then, I mean, the bit would be us delivering messages.
Unbelievable.
So then Charlie would say, when he would co-host with me from time to time, he would get on the phone, and Charlie had a real short fuse. And so there was this one old guy who would call who clearly was lacking in mental deficiency. Honestly, if he called our show, people would think it was fake. And so he would say, all right, what is the number for the guy who is selling the air popper? And then you'd say, okay, it's 426. And he would go, slow down.
Oh, yeah.
And so you'd say, okay, 4, 2.
Stop.
And he would say, slow down, to the point where, I mean, you were saying 4, 2, slow down. And so Charlie got really mad. And Charlie says, all right, Jack, do you have your crayon ready?
Oh, sweet.
Well, he understood that just fine, and then he went crazy, and he's down at the radio station ranting and raving in coveralls and no shirt.
Well, then maybe we should do the whole swap deal. Now I'm thinking just sales and trades.
I just want to drive to your old town and screw around on their radio.
Yeah,
that's what I want to do.
I don't think they do it anymore.
Oh, that is too bad.
They should. This is
I want to call in and just make up preposterous things that I own.
I got some things I want to sell.
I'm trying to sell a turtle.
I'll bet you can't think of something someone didn't try. I'll bet someone sold drugs on Swap Shop without me knowing.
Yeah. Got a baggie of Mary Jane.
Oh, Mary Jane. Is that
Mary Jane? Oh, that's a candy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Josh in Nashville listening on the Buzz. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. Do you want to try our Free Beer and Hot Wings show Swap Shop?
Yeah, I wanted to put it on eBay, but I really hadn't got around to it. So.
Okay. What are you selling?
It's a clear, lucite, Samick electric guitar.
What is the one word? Clear, lucite, what?
It's an electric guitar. Its body is clear, though. You can see through it.
And who made it? What is the name of the company?
Samick.
Spell that.
Sammick.
Is that
Samick? I'm not familiar with it.
I'm sorry?
Is that good? Is that a good guitar maker?
I don't know. It was a $500 guitar about 6 years ago, and now it's worth about $250 to me.
Okay.
If you want to unload this guitar.
I'm sure it looks cool.
Now, you have to give your phone number out for people to be able to call you, and that's how Swap Shop worked. People would call, and they would give out their phone number.
Right.
Yeah, not over the air.
That's how they did it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, how else are we going to do it?
When we did it back then, because we weren't the middleman. They would call up and say, okay, my number is 426-1920. And they didn't have to give the area code because everybody for 1,000 miles had the same area code because the population density was 3 people per square mile.
Somebody will buy your guitar if you give your phone number out on the air right now. First of all, what is your price, and then we'll get your phone number.
Well, it's $250.
$250 for the clear lucite Samick electric guitar.
Yes.
And your phone number is, for all of the listening audience on 17 radio stations to hear, is what now?
I don't want the crazies calling me.
What? Whoa,
no,
wait a minute.
we don't have any crazies
Dude,
that listen to this
the only
show.
one who's going to call you, the only person who's going to call you is the person interested in a clear lucite Samick guitar for $250. Nobody's going to just call you and say reckless things. I mean, it's up to you.
The only one who's crazy who might call you is someone who's crazy for rock.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna talk to aspiring musicians and probably somebody famous.
Maybe Brian Setzer.
Sammy Hagar may call you, and maybe even Eddie Van Halen. So your phone number is what?
I couldn't do it. I would just lie to you guys, and then it would be worthless.
All right.
Okay, well,
you're not going to sell your guitar that way.
No sale.
I mean, you might be able to sell it for more now because it's as heard on the Free Beer and Hot Wings show.
It's a famous guitar.
Thank
You
you, Josh.
probably have jacked up the price, but you won't give your phone number out.
Yeah, that's too bad. Boy, you probably would have made $1,000.
Probably.
It's too bad. That's too bad when Swap Shop works like that.
I don't know where the paranoia comes from.
The key is no one in our audience would go out of the way to just call and harass anybody.
No.
I mean, just ask Uncle Pullfinger. I mean,
Yeah. Or Heinz.
Right.
Or Joe. So remember, that's the one stipulation of Free Beer and Hot Wings Show Swap Shop. You got to get your info out there. I mean, we want
at the very least, yeah. I mean, look at on eBay, you don't just put it up there and hope you run into someone who saw the ad.
Yeah, it does no good to have an item and call us and talk about the item and how the item is for sale if there's no way for anyone to get a hold of you to get the item.
We don't have time to do all that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not a closing house,
or a message center.
We wouldn't do an endorsement for a great new product but not tell you where it is.
Right.
Exactly. That would be that would just be silly business. Is what that would be.
I mean, geez, you got to do it right. You can't screw around.
Pete in New Jersey. Pete, are you interested in taking part in our swap shop?
Sure.
Okay. What are you selling?
A '68 Mustang Coupe.
That's pretty awesome.
Now that's pretty sweet.
What's the condition on this vehicle?
What's that?
The condition.
Oh, where are you?
No, is it mint?
No, is it in good shape?
Yeah, it's in pretty decent shape, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what does it have on it? I mean, what are the key features on it? Does it have some good
Dude,
items?
I can't even hear you. I'm going to call you back.
No, that's okay.
Nope, we got it. We'll get that out there. I'm sure you'll get some calls anytime.
You said, what condition is it in? And he said, where are you? What are you, Admiral Stockdale?
What features does it have? I can't hear you. Well, you heard something, didn't? Because you responded, except that you said you couldn't hear me.
This is the way Swap Shop should go. You should.
This is the way it went. This is how I remember it.
You should annihilate idiots who call, like Pete in his dumb car.
The only thing difference between this Swap Shop and the one that we had was the one that I hosted in 1993, I wouldn't have gotten to say, no, don't call back.
Way to go, stupid jerk.
I would have had to wait for them to call back. Because it was either that or fill time by reading the weather over and over and over.
Besides, you can't sell that car because then you'd have no home.
Exactly. And if you're really interested in getting a 68 Mustang Coupe, you can find plenty of them on eBay.
Yeah. I'll buy Pete's stupid Mustang.
All right, we need to get to what Hot Wings thinks here. But there's a lot of people who want to try Swap Shop. There's 6 people on hold right now who are offering sales on bullets, stereo, punching bag, 2 guitars, enough to outfit ZZ Top, a pool table, and a Chevy Bonanza.
Chevy Bonanza.
What's that? What it's. I don't know.
Wow.
Maybe it's someone who has lots of Chevys and they're having a sale.
I'll have to get a picture of that.
All right, man.
It's a bonanza of saving.
Sweet. I can't wait to mock all these losers. Hang on, losers.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free Beer Zane and listeners, I don't think I am ready for something to die more than I am the Star Wars franchise. Every time you turn around, some other jerk has found a way to incorporate the themes, music, characters, or storylines of Star Wars into a new pointless endeavor. Now, I realize that each of these endeavors probably makes a really stupendous wad of cash, thanks to the quantity of moronic mouth breathers who think they are in some way carriers of Boba Fett's long-lost DNA strands. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it should be done. The whole Star Wars thing is getting crustier than Elvis's last pair of underpants. I think we're pretty familiar with it by now. But that hasn't stopped some other fist-eating loser from creating a Star Wars musical that will debut in London's O2 Arena and eventually make its way stateside. The 2-hour live stage production called Star Wars: A Musical Journey will showcase the music of the Star Wars saga along with scenes from the movies, live narration, and an exhibition of authentic props, models, costumes, art, and other treasures from the Lucasfilm archives. Now, I'm sure those of you who are intimately familiar with the taste of boogers will be every bit as excited about this as you were when you found an authentic autographed Count Dooku cape at an online store based in Botswana. But for the rest of us, Star Wars has been nothing short of massively disappointing since The Empire Strikes Back came out in 1980. Just because you may have had a Greedo lunchbox that years later morphed into ownership of an Admiral Akbar dong mitten.
What? You cracked yourself up on dong mitten.
Yeah, Admiral Akbar dong mitten seemed funny to me. Anyway, that doesn't mean that it isn't 29 years past the point that anyone should be talking about it, let alone still wallowing in its multimedia nonsense. Seriously, let it go. I think 6 films were enough. We don't need any more books or cartoons, stage shows, magazines, websites, musicals, action figures, or anything else. Unless someone manages a scissors porno between 1980 Carrie Fisher and 2003 Natalie Portman, I am not interested. Thank you, and good day. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings. It's traffic.
Oh, yeah, I love this one. This report brought to you by Peanuts. Energy for the good life. There's a reason no one's ever been called a couch peanut. That's because peanuts give you the energy to get up off it. Peanuts. Energy for the good life.
That's William Hunk's favorite snack food.
It is. There is a wreck in Dorr, southbound 131 north of 14th Avenue. Wyoming 44th Street east of Byron Center Avenue. Car broke down. That's traffic.
News brought to you by Art Van. Check out Art Van's computerized body diagnostic sleep system today.
Steady rain this morning, showers, maybe a rumble of thunder this afternoon, a high of 48. It's about 39 and raining downtown. I'm Hot Wings. And a milk truck's trailer turned over on 131 yesterday afternoon, spilling about 5,000 gallons of milk onto the highway. The crash about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As I mentioned, southbound lanes north of the S-curve and near the 196 interchange downtown. The truck was pulling 2 trailers. It was the second one that overturned. The highway was closed for about 2 hours. Good timing. There were no reports of injuries, but probably lots of pissed off people.
Remember when we lived in Omaha, not far from where we worked, which the only way for me to get home was really on the interstate on I-80, which went through town.
Yeah.
And there was one stretch where they were doing some construction near a mall where they had a lane shift, and it created a temporary S-curve. Like we have here in Grand Rapids.
It was like a chicane.
And 4 out of 9 days, a semi tipped over and blocked traffic.
Yeah.
4 out of 9.
Yeah, that's just maddening is what that is.
At least on the S-curve, they see it coming. But I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often anyway, just because
that whole
pick up the speed through
that whole interchange. I don't know who designed that, but they had to be drunk.
You think so?
Oh,
the whole S-curve?
Well, not just the S-curve, but I mean that whole interchange with that area and the and 196 and Pearl coming on. I mean, it's amazing that there isn't a massive, horrible accident with huge casualties every day there, where people are coming on from Pearl Street and getting off from 131 North to go to 196 East. I mean, it's just so ridiculous.
And anybody who in town on business or whatever, if they're new to town, you come from the airport, so you're on 196, heading westbound, and you get to 131 South, and you want to get off at Pearl. Next thing you know, you're past it because the exit's almost directly across from where you come on
and
to 131.
And it says you can't do that anyway, so you got to go down to, like, Market, and then you go, where am I?
It's a bit chaotic.
Rip Hamilton tallied 29 points and 14 assists to lead the Pistons to a 98-94 win over the Magic at the Palace. Tayshaun Prince added 20 points for Detroit, which completed a 3-game season sweep of Orlando. Antonio McDyess with 13 points and 18 rebounds in that win. Dwight Howard had 27 points for Orlando. The Pistons will host the New York Knicks tomorrow night. Meanwhile, the Wings get back to work tonight, hosting the Phoenix Coyotes at the Joe. Detroit, of course, coming off of an 8-2 loss to Columbus at home on Saturday, so hopefully they will turn that around.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. Thanks for joining us.
More on this damn shooting in Illinois. This is unbelievable. They said that this guy had Lyme disease, and we had speculated about that earlier.
About the Baptist minister,
yeah.
where he went into the church with no warning and just started firing a gun at the at the minister.
The mom said that after this guy got bit by a Lyme disease in his by a tick with Lyme disease in his early 20s, that he right away started to act differently. And but doctors right away are saying Lyme disease does not cause people to shoot people. It does not cause madness like this.
Yeah. I've never heard that. I've known people with Lyme disease, and
I have too. I mean,
haven't seen their behavior change other than
it sucks, and usually it makes you sluggish and it can screw you up. But there is treatment available.
Right.
I mean, if it goes untreated for long enough, I guess it could do weird things. But I don't think it causes your brain to go, well, I can systematically walk up the aisle of a church and then shoot a pastor in the face.
It does say though that it can spread to joints, the heart, and the nervous system, and it can cause brain inflammation. And if the guy's already screwed up, maybe it had something to do with it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Oh,
but the guy, he literally walked right up the aisle and shot that priest.
I still can't imagine that. I cannot imagine being in church and having that happen.
Thank goodness the gun jammed, or he may have turned it on more people. I mean,
oh boy.
Did he have any association with this church or this pastor?
I don't
know.
There had been no word on that the last I knew.
Remember that guy that went into the church in Knoxville, Tennessee, last fall, I think it was, that went in and started shooting up the church? I was just reading an article about him where he continues to say that he did that because he hates liberals, and that was a fairly liberal church that he had gone into, and he thought that was the beginning of a holy war to win back America.
Oh, boy.
Man,
that's pretty scary.
The things that go through people's minds, some of these just insane individuals who are so misguided.
So in the previous segment, we were sort of reminiscing about old times. I don't even know how we got on the topic necessarily, but I mentioned that my first radio job, the very first time I was on the air, I had to host the Swap Shop in Gladwin, Michigan. And that was where people would call in and buy, sell, and trade used items. That's what they did.
Yep.
Okay.
And you had said you wanted to give that a try. And the way it worked is you'd call up, you'd list your item, you'd give your phone number, and then if somebody wanted to purchase it, they would call you, and you would work out the details.
Right. Well, when I said give it a try, what I meant was I wanted people to call up so that they could be insulted or basically mocked.
Right. Well, we have people who want to try to sell things.
Yeah,
Do you want to give them the opportunity?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, hell, it might be something really good like all the first ones.
Well, the first one was that guitar, and the guy wanted to unload that Lucite Clear Samick electric guitar.
Right.
But he wouldn't give out. He wanted to sell for $250 guitar, $250, but he wouldn't give out his phone number.
He was afraid to pull the trigger.
You got to be willing to throw your phone number out there. I mean, I'm sure no one in our audience would take that phone number and call up and harass that guy.
I can't imagine they would.
No, why would they?
Let's start with Russ in New York. Russ?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you want to be on this experimental version of the Swap Shop?
Sure, I would love to.
Okay, what are you selling?
Well, at first I had a punching bag that one of my roommates left in my garage.
Right.
But after Free Beer's little what he thinks there about Star Wars, I think I'd like to put my whole Star Wars collection up out there.
Okay, first of all, it's Hot Wings things, not Free Beer things.
Yeah, but I've only been doing that for 6 years, though.
That's okay.
So it's all right.
I'm a new listener.
You're a new listener. No
That's
problem.
all right. It's all right.
And you have a Star Wars collection?
Oh, boy, do I. I've got original 1976 Star Wars movie poster.
Okay.
Is that the extent of your collection?
Yeah,
or is that
is
just
that
the beginning?
collection?
No, that's just like the prime piece.
Do you have the toys, all those little teeny toys we had?
I've got tons of toys, Christmas ornaments, LPs, coffee cups, you name it.
Wow. And you live in Albany, but you could ship this stuff anywhere in America.
Pretty much, yeah.
Through the power of FedEx. Or
Okay.
whatever company.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
wonderful.
Okay, so all you got to do is give out your phone number, and then people will call you.
Yep.
And they will buy your Star Wars nerd stuff.
Yep.
Without a doubt.
Okay, go ahead and give very clearly with your area code your phone number.
Do you want me to speak slowly like the crayon guy?
No.
Yeah, well,
just make sure you say it
not
clearly.
too fast, just clear.
I mean, don't be silly. This is a real deal here. All we're concerned about in this bit is that you unload your stuff. That's all we're concerned with.
If we do not sell your Star Wars stuff, then there is no success here.
That's all we're looking for.
Yeah,
Because the
then
audience
we
loves
feel like
that.
a failure.
Right. So go ahead. Give us your phone number.
At the least, I might even get rid of the punching bag.
Yeah,
because you
maybe.
also
I mean,
have-
it's right there. You might be able to throw that in.
And by the way,
Win-win.
there's nothing ironic about you selling a punching bag.
That's right.
No.
Go ahead. What's your phone number? And
Sure, it's 518-986-0088.
uh-huh. 518-986-0088. Your name again?
Russ.
Russ?
Russ.
Okay, so everybody who is interested, and only people who are interested in Star Wars stuff and punching bag can call Russ. You cannot call Russ if you are looking to mock him or say anything rude.
Right.
That is not allowed. You are
That's not what we're doing.
Yeah,
Right.
that's not the goal. You are not allowed to just call him at 2 in the morning for no apparent reason other than just to insult him. That
Right.
would be wrong.
Exactly.
Do not do that.
Russ, good luck. We're trying to stimulate the economy today, okay?
Good job, Russ.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
Russ.
day, guys.
All right, buddy.
Maybe we have time for one more item.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you
okay,
want?
good.
Do you want bullets, stereo, PS3, four-wheeler, or pool table?
Hot Wings, who's the lucky winner?
Say those again, please.
Bullets, stereo, PlayStation 3, four-wheeler, or pool table?
I would go with four-wheeler.
Four-wheeler.
Four-wheeler owner has the greatest potential, I think.
All right. Well, John's actually, by coincidence, because the other callers are all from different areas, but John's also in Albany. So, John, maybe we could work out a trade.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you trade your four-wheeler for a punching bag?
No.
What about all the Star Wars stuff?
Yep.
No, not at all.
Okay.
All right.
All right. What is it? Like a Honda four-wheeler? What is it?
Yeah, it's a Honda 2004. It's a 450R.
Okay.
I got about $3,500 worth of extras into it.
Wow.
$3,500 worth of extras on a
Yeah,
four-wheeler?
like racing tires. I got Nerf bars, which basically are extenders on where your feet sit. So
Of
they
course.
Don't slip off and get run over. And,
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want
I
that.
got
Nerf
high-rise handlebars on it. I
Mhm.
got different cam in it, jets. It's piped and jetted.
So
Sidecar.
this is a high performance type of four wheeler as opposed to like a working man's.
No.
This one's
Two-wheel
for
drive.
fun.
It's meant
Yeah.
for jumping.
Okay,
wheelie
so this is like
all that
taking to the
stuff.
dunes and stuff. you
Why
know?
would you want to get rid of
holy-
such a pristine piece of equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good answer.
All right. John, what is your phone number so people can call about this four-wheeler as soon as they get a chance tonight in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
All right. It's 518
Mm-hmm.
598
Mm-hmm.
6755.
Okay. And do you
Okay.
have a price point in mind for this?
Oh, yeah.
500.
What's that?
35.
Okay.
Wow.
We
All
forgot
right.
to ask a price on the last guy.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right.
Yeah.
They'll
Well,
figure one
yeah.
out.
They
People
can
will call and
they
ask
can
him.
Let's
negotiate
just set
that.
it for him. $20. It's a $20 price tag on the Star Wars stuff and the punching bag. And you wanted how much for your 2004 Honda with the jet motor?
3,500.
Okay.
30.
Okay. What was it brand new? I mean, I know you've done a lot to it, so that's different.
Brand new, it was $7,000.
Okay.
And,
Mm.
I just took it off last year, and like I said, I put all those extras into it. I just let
Wow,
me get
that's
rid of it.
stellar
All right.
business.
All
plan.
right.
That is
Okay,
a good
that's-
deal.
yeah.
Honda four-wheeler
$7,000
for $30 to $500. That is a good deal. Thank you,
This
John.
thing's working. You know how many
Yeah.
people just beeped into my phone?
I bet a lot.
Yeah,
I bet it's
you're going to sell this thing in minutes.
It's the sale of the century right here.
The only people who are calling are people who are interested.
Obviously.
518-598-6755. And please, only call at a normal time. Don't call like in the middle of the night when you're coming home from the bar.
I mean, and that would be pointless anyway because it will probably be sold in the next few minutes. So calling like in 2 or 3 weeks in the middle of the night would be stupid.
And don't do anything like hide your number. Like if you press star 67 on cell phones and then your number, if you press star 67 on a cell phone and then were to call 518-598-6755 and then said something insulting, your number would be blocked. So don't do that. Okay?
Have some courtesy. Have the decency to say something.
And for God's sakes, use your brains.
And if you do something like that, we don't want to hear it. I mean, don't send us an email and tell us what you said or anything like that.
No, and certainly don't record it.
Yeah, no, we're not interested in hearing that at all.
No, that is not the way we operate, and you know that.
Not prank calls.
This is radio and swap shop.
When I did
That's what it's all about.
The swap shop with Pat Povey in 1994, there was something very prideful, very wonderful about it. It was very homespun. And that's what we're shooting for today is homespun niceness.
You're darn right, man. And that's what radio is all about, being friendly and polite.
Exactly.
Right.
It's about bringing us together as like one big community.
I would think the first thing you should do is before you even think about writing a check to either John or the other caller who had Star Wars stuff is think about what you'd trade to them. You know, because they might, I mean, sure, everybody wants $3,500 for their four-wheeler, but wouldn't he also want a catapult you built in your basement because of your love of old times?
Right on, man.
Something you've outgrown?
Right. Oh, and we also forgot to mention that as a courtesy of the radio show, of course, we will take 50% of anything sold through our medium.
Like eBay. I don't think they're quite at 50%.
Well, they're not as effective either, are they?
No, they're not. eBay doesn't get hits right away like that.
No, exactly. I mean, that guy was getting calls right away.
It kind of fits in with where we're going in the next segment because we're talking about what have you traded for something else. I don't know that that's going to work out these days. Not that we've done that.
This started from that house trade thing you were talking about.
That's what it did, yeah, because that's Joe had printed out a story for me about how more and more people are actually trading their house because they can't sell it, so they'll post an ad on all these house trade websites that have popped up because of the economy and say, all right, I live in this suburb. I'm looking for a house that has 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, and a 2-car garage, and I will trade it for this house, which has this. And
that works? I can't believe it works.
They did a story on the news yesterday, and they talked to a number of people who did that because people were so desperate to get out from under their house that they just basically swap payments and even it out so that the value is the same, and then people move in because there's always people that want to move to a smaller house or a bigger house.
It makes perfect sense for the right situation with the right people. I mean, hell, if you can connect, why not?
Yeah,
perfect.
1-800-947-3979. So we'll take some of those trade calls. We'll also get to those stats that say sex is good for your health, and wait till it's just doubling up the amount you have will add years to your life, is what this is saying. You want to do that, don't you?
Yeah.
We'll get to that coming up. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
GRD Road Rage Traffic.
This report brought to you by Stouffer's. Saving money at dinner doesn't have to be a sacrifice. Eat in with Stouffer's and get a wholesome meal for under $2 a serving. With classic dishes like lasagna, you can still make the favorites everyone loves. Door, southbound 131 between 100th Street and 142nd Avenue, just north of 146. The crash as the truck rolls into the median. Norton Shores, Henry Street and Forest Park Road between Mona Lake and Seminole Road. There's also a crash. That's traffic.
Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers developing later. 48 the high, 38 now. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Tried a little experimental swap shop earlier.
Yeah.
The show that I started out on. We got an email that said that they got through to Russ to see if they wanted to buy his, I think Russ had
his Star Wars stuff.
Had the Star Wars stuff. Right. And Russ said his phone was ringing off the hook. I assume with Star Wars fans wanting to buy that stuff.
Well, clearly, because who else would call?
I don't know.
I mean, why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
It wouldn't be fun at all to call him and just say, hey, and run up his minutes.
I might have been inclined to call and give out a product and give someone else's phone number. That's because I'm shady. Maybe give one of your numbers, probably Joe's. Here's Joe's cell phone.
Yep.
Call that. We could just do that right now. He's barely paying attention.
No, don't do that. That's not fair.
You like that, Joe?
No, I hate it.
How much was your phone bill the month after we gave out your cell phone as punishment for you being late to the show?
I think it was December, and that December phone bill was $400.
And that was just a few dollars more than your normal phone bill.
Yeah, just a couple more than my whole paycheck too.
We did not intend for your phone bill to be so high. That was that was an unintended consequence of the whole thing.
So every minute that you were late, we gave away one number.
Yeah, and
you were 30 minutes late.
By the time I got a hold of you, I think I was already like 7 in the bag.
Yeah, we had already given away 8 numbers on your Social Security number at that point. We'd moved on. It was pretty rough. Yeah, we never thought of the fact that you'd have to pay for all those minutes. You know.
Yeah, the minutes thing doesn't really. You don't think about that. You just think somebody's phone will be tied up a long time. I know when we did that with longtime listener Heinz and gave out his phone number on the air. You figure it'd be tied up a lot, but then you don't realize how much it's going to actually cost him. And he still gets calls every time we bring him up or he calls the show.
Yeah, if you still have his phone number saved, call him right now and remind him how awesome that is.
Hell, what was that, like 3 years ago that happened?
Yeah.
Of course, somebody might just change their phone number after a while, a smarter person.
Hopefully he'll get a call from someone who styles hair so he can get rid of that feathered down the middle look. Ooh.
I think that's going to come back.
Yeah,
everything does.
And
Greg Evigan called. He wants his haircut back.
Greg Evigan. B.J. McKay?
It doesn't look that good.
So I have to tell you a little bit later on about the interaction I had with a wonderfully nice but horrible at small talk lady who cut my hair yesterday.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been, literally one of the nicest people ever.
Mm-hmm.
But in the course of, you've seen my hair. It doesn't take very long to cut it. It's pretty simple. It's not like it looks good.
It's pretty, it would be pretty easy. I would guess mostly it's clipper and then a little bit of scissor work on the front end.
I think I was in the chair for maybe 6 or 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out so much more than I wanted to know, including a phrase that I wrote down because I didn't want to forget it. And it was actually pretty awkward and considerably depressing. It's not the kind of thing you want to talk about with the happy chat while you're sitting there.
Okay.
So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on.
I can't wait to find out what her problem was.
Ugh. Ridiculous. Also later on, another story from 2020 on Friday night about this one's about a scam. A scam. They said that some dentist office, and they specifically named some dentists, so you shouldn't be afraid of your normal dentist with this.
Mm-hmm.
But it involved them doing extra work on children because the parents are out of the room, and they would basically wait till you hear how they stabilize the kids and do a bunch of dentist work and how the kids are pretty highly traumatized. Basically like waterboarding, but with dentist work.
What?
So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. But this story from the Cleveland Clinic, a couple of doctors, one you may have heard of, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's the one that's on Oprah all the time.
Always on Oprah, yeah.
And Michael Roizen. They said that it is best if you have more sex.
Yeah.
Say it's very good for you. Men who do the deed 3 times a week are 50% less likely to have a stroke or heart attack. 50% less likely. Women who enjoy their sex life have a longer life expectancy than those who do not, though they didn't give any specific numbers.
So it has to be with a partner?
Doesn't make that clear.
I don't think it does.
Men who have 150 to 350 orgasms per year report that their body feels
Hold on. What's that number?
150 to 350. What if it's more?
Yeah, that's low.
Can you imagine?
What if it's around 700?
Unless you're including another person. If another person is involved, then I'm way lower. But if it's just computer work, hey, I'm good.
Computer work. It's the new way to talk.
I am good.
What are you doing? I'm working on the computer.
What are you doing up there? I'm looking at cars.
Men who have 150 to 350 orgasms per year report that their body feels 2 to 8 years younger than their actual age.
Well, that explains why I feel 10.
Pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
For the typical American, increasing the amount of sex you have from once a month to once a week, they say, is the happiness equivalent of earning an extra $50,000 a year. Now, how they get to that is ridiculous.
That's just a lie. That is a flat-out lie. I would rather have an extra $50,000. Flat out. Right here, I'm telling you.
So given the choice, an extra $50,000 or sex from once a month to once a week, you turn down the sex.
Yes.
And you go directly to cash.
You bet. Absolutely.
But then you're all pent up with giant nuts. You don't want that.
No. I got 2 hands. They work. Now, if I was an armless...
You can't do that.
If I was an armless guy, then I would take the sex.
You can't...
But as a 2-armed guy, I'm taking the money.
Well, you can't do it that way. The parameters are money or sex. You can't get the money and then just you have computer work.
No, I think they're describing sex as with partner.
Okay. Well, then let's just take out all solo. No solo
Howling.
Mm-hmm. I'm still taking the money.
I'm not.
You bet. That's a finished basement right there is what that is.
Which would probably be a turn-on for your wife?
I don't know. I don't care. Be a turn-on for me. Look at my big TV.
All that staring time.
That's saying you turn down the money.
Yep, I would.
Joe?
I would pay that much for sex, actually.
Joe, triple your salary for a chance to give up sex.
No, I'll take sex.
Mm-hmm. I know I like sex a lot.
I think I'd take the money.
Do we get a different girl every week?
Well, no.
Well, it didn't say that.
It's not fantasy camp.
You know, I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like hooker time.
You must have a very, your girlfriend's very laid back because you often make references like you just made, and I'm often convinced that she must be very cool because most women would kick your ass.
Yeah, well, I can take her. I'm bigger.
That's when put on the spot, Joe always resorts to tough talk.
He always tough
What's he
talks.
gonna do?
I don't believe it.
What's he gonna do? Not marry me?
She'd so beat your ass.
Most likely.
Yeah, I believe that.
All right, so accompanied with that, not all sexual behavior is going to result in better health, and I have a story that will illustrate that. This is a fairly graphic story, so be warned.
Okay.
This involves some deviant behavior where someone decided to make their own toy at home.
Uh-oh.
Using a large phallic device and power tools.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
no.
Like a sawzall or something.
Similar.
Oh, you don't want to make your own sex machines.
No. Especially if one of them is a handheld saber saw.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about. Isn't that is that the same thing?
I think a saber saw is the same as a reciprocating saw, which is
pretty
a sawzall.
close. It's going to go back and forth.
I believe so.
Yeah. It's like what you'd cut the turkey with, except meant for cutting wood.
Yeah.
Joe. Yeah.
On Saturday, an unidentified couple from Lexington Park, Maryland, decided to get experimental.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So the man took a phallic-shaped device, an adult novelty,
yeah,
and slid it over the blade of the handheld saber saw.
No.
They will have to.
Jesus.
They will have to pry this vibrator from my cold, dead hand.
Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. Please tell me that the phallic device didn't, I don't know, fall off or something.
It's surprisingly,
oh, yeah,
a phallic device with a blade inside of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That would make it. That probably didn't cut it or.
That'd make a bad gash, is what it would do.
Yeah. Quite a crevice.
A crevice. Because everybody always says, yeah, I sawed a crevice into it.
That would be, I mean, that would be awful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the device, the saw blade, it seems like it went through the adult novelty.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
And once it was through the adult novelty, well, it only left one other thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's not very good.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, she split me good.
Oh, yikes.
The woman was rushed to the hospital. Both halves.
Oh.
Last night, authorities had not released any information about her condition.
Finally, I can do the splits.
Oh.
Who thought? I can't believe they thought that would work.
Something tells me the couple behind that, neither one of them was a mechanical engineer.
Probably not.
I would guess. Probably.
Wow.
Just going out on that limb.
Man.
Coming up, I'll give you the story of the awkward small talk yesterday, and then scared to death to go to the dentist when you were a kid. Wait till you hear some of these stories. Now, I'm guessing that anybody who has kids they probably often get upset and cry at the dentist because it's kind of scary or whatever. I don't remember doing it myself. Not because I was tough. It just didn't bother me.
No, I agree. It didn't bother me either. But I know a lot of kids, it kind of freaks them out a little.
We just get them high, man. Sedation dentistry.
Yeah.
That's what we did with Jackie.
That's the way to go.
Had a mouth full of cavities, put her under, she talks gibberish, and then that's it.
Did you get the gas when you were a kid?
I did not. She did.
I did only. I was really little.
I did only for cavities and stuff, not for like just a cleaning. I
don't remember.
I didn't get anything for just a cleaning.
I don't remember getting any joy out of it. I don't remember even being able to tell.
When you're really young.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, like my daughter is 11, so no, that's not necessary. Just shot a Novocaine.
My wife gets the laughing gas now.
Oh, okay. Really? Some people do that.
She prefers it.
Okay.
Like but just for regular, she doesn't just for like a regular cleaning, does she?
No, like if she has to have actual work done or something.
Yeah, see, I only get gas. I don't get Novocaine. I hate Novocaine. I mean, I can still feel a little bit with gas if I'm getting a cavity filled.
Well, that sounds
awful.
Think
it's fun. I love it. I love the Novocaine.
But I hate the Novocaine afterward. Like, I don't like that feeling of like for 4 hours where half your face is sliding off your skull. I don't enjoy that. I would much rather be able to get cleared up from the gas and then just go on my way.
I tell them to juice me up more than normal. Give me another hit so it goes down my neck.
I think it's fun to just like smack your face. It feels like it's falling off. That's what it's like to be like a stroke victim.
Do you ever get all those shots for the Novocaine, and then like later on in the day you're like, pretty sure it should be gone by now, and then you get on the internet and you start reading that some people have it never go away. That
it can permanently do nerve damage.
Yeah.
If, in some rare instances.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had one time where the dentist said, this should wear off in a couple of hours. And I said, okay, because I've got basketball tonight.
Yeah.
And basketball was 6 hours after the dentist appointment, and it was still numb. And I became increasingly convinced that I was going to be dead. So we'll get to those stories coming up in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
But up next, awkward small talk. Why I should know about your death cycle in your family while I'm getting my haircut is beyond me. That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
.com.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative with the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers, easy for me to say, developing later on today. 48 the high, 37 now, and then tomorrow it's supposed to have a chance of snow and some freezing rain, and then Thursday a high of 27. One more punch in the gut from winter reality. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane coming up. Scared to go to the dentist. Listen to what some of these dentist offices. This is a select few. This is not a thing where we're trying to scare anyone from going to the dentist or whatever.
No, but, this shocked me. I didn't know that this kind of thing even existed anywhere.
In addition to doing extra work on kids because the mom and dad are out in the waiting room, then you go out and go, oh, yeah, while we were in there, we noticed this. We had to do a little extra. They also use a technique that I don't think my parents would have been cool with happening to me. I don't know that I'd want it to happen to my kid.
I would hope my parents wouldn't have been cool with this. I mean, luckily it never happened to me. Dr. Simmons never pulled this stunt when I was a kid.
As far as you know.
My dentist,
far as I remember.
My dentist was too busy trying to convert me to a deeper form of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Ehrman, we're already Lutheran. Not the way I am. What? He would take paper plates and put them on the ceiling with messages from the Lord on them.
Oh.
So when you're tipped back, there'd be like smelly marker written on paper plates. I'm like, gosh, you want to save my soul and you won't even invest in notebook paper?
Oh, my God, that's no good.
Can you at least write on lined paper? Something?
This is what it was like at Hot Wings Dentist. Hi, dentist.
Take down your pants.
Okay.
Just like his doctor.
You're going to take down your pants, or do I have to do it for you?
Everywhere you go.
I got lucky. My dentist was actually into cars, believe it or not.
Oh.
So all he'd do is sit there and talk about, and he was always driving, because he was a dentist and had lots of dough, he was always driving something awesome.
So then
he'd be driving a GMC Typhoon or something. And
so when he told you to take down your pants, it was more like you had something in common, like a date.
Yeah, it was cool. It was more like, we were like a couple.
So yesterday I get my haircut.
Thank you for that.
So I get my haircut yesterday.
He's not listening.
It started out with that would be awkward if he was listening.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done
Free
that.
Beer Free Beer Hot Wings and Dr. Simmons.
Take down your pants.
Thank you.
No, it was Dr. Smithers.
Sorry,
I just got it wrong.
So at the getting a haircut yesterday, and whenever you go and get your haircut, I go to a place where it's a different person every time. Like I think you guys both go to places where you have the same person almost every time.
I go see Katie, the one who's our go-to hair person.
That's what I need to do. I'm just too lazy. The one that I go to is right by my house. It's very convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Be gone 10 minutes, and they never have a line. That's pretty awesome. Not good for them, but good for me. So I go there, and it's a lady that's never cut my hair before. And when I sit down, she asked me a very specific question about, hey, are you a fan of, and I don't want to say which sport. I guess it's not going to matter because I'm going to alienate this person anyway, even though I don't intend to. So are you a NASCAR fan? I said, yeah, I'm a NASCAR fan. I like it well enough.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the race yesterday. Tell me everything that happened. And whoa. I don't know everything that happened. I didn't see it either. But so we talked about races for a while, and I told her about Daytona and how we had been to Bristol before, and talked for a while, and then somehow she used NASCAR to transition into this string of death talk that was so depressing.
Oh no,
she
needs a friend.
It was really awkward.
She's a noose is what you need.
Therapist, some pills.
She mentioned.
Gun.
I knew I was in trouble because she mentioned, she said, did you ever see how Dale Jr. has said that ever since he's joined Rick Hendrick, it's a good partnership because they both lost someone they love. Dale Jr. has lost his father and Rick Hendrick lost his son, so they've sort of each filled a void for the other person.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, that makes sense.
Okay, new dad, new son. All right, I get that.
And then she said this, and I knew I was in not dangerous ground, but it was on the verge of awkward ground. She said, and I know a thing or two about losing someone that's important to you. I'm just getting my hair cut, so I don't want to talk about how because we've all lost someone important to you, and I don't mean to minimize that. It's very painful.
You shouldn't.
And I said, yeah, it's rough losing someone you love. Note, I didn't say, who did you lose?
You should have said this.
Oh, good for you.
That would have ended that real quick.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't ask. I didn't do what Christian Bale did, but the next thing that was said, because it was silent for a second, was this phrase. I've dealt with death all my life. That's a quote. And I said, yeah. And I'm trying to make it so that the stories don't have to be told. So I said,
oh, this is awkward.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to go, yeah, who hasn't?
You know.
Shut up.
Very empathetic on my part. Yeah, me too. I've also known people who died.
She's got scissors in her hands. She's squeezing them so hard, blood starts coming out of her cuticles.
So then she says, I've dealt with death all my life, like I said. It started when I was 15 months old, when my great-grandfather died, and I've been dealing with death ever since then.
Well, you didn't deal with that.
Yeah, you didn't deal with 15 months. Like, you remembered him. But who cares?
Then she proceeds to list everyone who has died in her lifetime and the age at which they died, how old she was when they died, and what they died of.
Now, roughly, or at least like decade-wise, how old would you guess this lady is? I mean, 50s, 60s?
50s.
Well, of course she's dealt with death then. I mean, I'm only in my mid-30s, and I've been close with about 4 or 5 people who have died over the years. I mean, it's not like she's the death circle. Like, it all just kind of spirals around her.
Do you think she's ever felt the touch of a man?
And hasn't equated it to death to him in some way.
She has probably felt the touch of a man, though that would have been better conversation and less awkward than the ring of death that she was talking about. Well, then so-and-so died when they got caught in a trash compactor, and that was a real bummer. And What?
My daughter has lupus.
Yeah, they're all,
I don't want to know.
They're all crazy diseases.
Wow, you have a really thick head of hair. You know who else had a thick head of hair? My dead dog. He had maggots coming out of his eyes.
And lots of hair on his head.
I don't know.
It was fuzzy.
And because, when she told me, so-and-so died when I was 15 months old, your natural reply to be courteous is, oh, yeah, that's awful. That's hard to deal with. And then she says, and then when I was 5, and I go, oh, no, you're only 5? There's at least 40 more years of death recap coming.
Yeah, if you have one for every 5 years, this is going to be a long story.
Terrible.
For God's sake. Oh, great. Yeah, your Uncle Artie, of course. Yes, why wouldn't he have had malaria?
And then the connection started getting more difficult. Yeah, my dad's dad had a cousin who died. And I'm like, dad's cousin. That's a great cousin, uncle cousin.
I don't
even know how you're related at that point.
I hate it when my own mother starts talking about relatives I've never heard of, let alone some lady who's just supposed to be cutting my hair for 6 minutes.
So then you're trying to steer the conversation in any way, and then no matter what you do, she's going to work it in. So it's like, you're like, hey, I like the Beatles. Paul's not dead, but John and George are.
Yeah.
I like wrestling. Chris Benoit killed his family, then himself.
That's how it was going, man. I felt so awkward. I gave a massive tip because I just wanted to leave, and I said, I will need no change, thank you. And then I ran for it. This is Danny in Pennsylvania. Hi, Danny.
How you doing?
Does this happen to you?
Yeah, I'm actually a heating guy. I fix heating and everything.
Right.
And I don't know what it is, but they think that they can just, open up to me, and I'm just going to listen to them and talk to them.
He's a what?
Like the one time this guy, his German Shepherd, had just died.
Yeah.
And he was getting teary-eyed, and he was, telling me the story, and I'm just standing there
So you've
I'm here
got
to fix the furnace.
You've got your head inside a furnace, and he wants to tell you about his dog, Max, who died.
I can hear this guy like sobbing behind me, and I'm just like, this is weird.
Oh, no.
I bet people who do home visits for their job, be it pest control or cable or, like you said, heating and cooling, I'll bet that happens a lot because you get somebody who just needs a friend at that moment.
Yeah.
It really does. There was one guy who called just to talk to me. I mean, there was nothing really wrong.
Oh,
He
boy.
needed somebody to talk to, and it's just weird sometimes.
Oh, my God.
I'd say that's weird.
There's even his wife sitting upstairs, but I guess he can't talk to her, so he has to call somebody else.
Yeah, she was busy getting ready to cut Freebeer's hair.
Yeah,
so he didn't want to talk to her. She has her own issues.
Thank you, Danny.
Oh, my gosh. If I ever get to the point where I'm calling service contractors just so I have somebody to therapeutically talk to, somebody please just shoot me. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
That is like the most pathetic thing I've ever heard.
And I feel bad throwing it because this lady was so nice. But it was awkward. She should know.
Yeah, but she's in a position, though, that she's supposed to be on the other side. She's supposed to listen to people's issues and problems. It's like going to the bar, and if you have a bartender that starts telling you his problems, that's no good. That's the upside-down world. That's Bizarro world. You're supposed to tell your problems to the bartender, not the other way around. And same with somebody who cuts your hair. That's why you tip them.
Right.
She's better off just cutting her losses and starting over. So she should probably sell all of her possessions.
Yeah.
Get like a Harley Sportster and just kind of ride and like camp out in the middle of like a national park in the middle of like Montana and smoke peyote and eat mushrooms, then come back and start all over.
Right. Go center yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't go around unloading all this laundry on people when you're cutting their hair.
Well, and the worst, and in the end, I kept waiting for her to say, well, you know, I finally I had a child of mine that died early, or my husband, you know, because that was, and it wasn't like the last death was like 1994, and what I wanted to say was, well, you're on a pretty good run, you're due for one, but that would have been awful.
I was you were probably waiting for her to say all these people who've died, they're now seated around a table at my house.
I had them stuffed,
or more ominously yet, they're in the room with us right now.
They're looking at you. One is 1 inch from your face.
I cut their hair last night with these scissors.
The scissors are made from their bones.
Heather in Eau Claire. Hi, Heather.
Hi, how are you guys?
Very good. This happened to you?
Well, actually similar, not exactly about death, but I was at a restaurant paying my bill, and I was actually wearing your guys' sweatshirt. And some girl started going on about how much she loved you guys and how much you guys saved her when she was going through foster care.
We saved her when she was going through foster care?
Yeah,
she
would wake up in the middle of the night because she was suffering from insomnia, and that you guys would be on, and she'd listen to you guys, and you guys were her savior through all the foster care homes that she went through.
Oh, boy.
That's pretty wild.
As I'm paying my bill at the restaurant. My favorite restaurant.
Still, it probably got a little awkward for you. Cause you're like,
it did.
Man,
I mean, what do you say? I don't know you, and
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of looked at her, oh, I'm sorry, but
sorry you went through foster care?
What do you say to something like that?
That's the problem. Even if you're empathetic to them, it just makes it awkward. There's nowhere to go for it. They're like, so do you have any toothpicks? What are you going to do?
Yeah, because I mean that's an awesome story for us to hear.
Yeah,
but for you to become the emotional middleman,
she should have called us
Well,
instead of.
exactly.
So yeah, it's
And
a little
she looked all of
weird.
Years old, so
15, you said?
Yeah.
Well, we're glad we are. If she's listening, we're glad to hear that we helped you. That's,
Well,
that's pretty awesome.
exactly. You guys are great.
Thank you, Heather.
Thanks.
Nicest jerks ever. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia.
Hello.
Are you a hairdresser?
I am.
All right. Do you tell people about your death circle?
Yeah. What's your problem?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
Are you screwed up
I've been
too?
a hairdresser for 20 years, and I've heard unbelievable stories in my chair, and I just want to cut your hair because I'm busy.
Yeah.
I got to move on.
Okay, now when you started in this business, did you have anybody that kind of impressed upon you? Now, look, when you talk with the client, you probably just want to talk about lighter fare. You don't want to break down on anything heavy. Was that ever brought up? So that actually is discussed.
I'm a cosmetology instructor also.
Okay.
And that's one of the first rules of thumb. You don't talk about money. You don't talk about politics. You don't talk about religion. You don't talk about your sex life and your life in the bar.
Right.
And, you'd think that clients would get that picture also. I don't know if I have to hand that out to clients or something, but unbelievable stories, whether I wanted them or not. And when you're in a service that takes more than 20 minutes, like a permanent wave or a color service, and you're sitting there for an hour and a half, and they're regaling you with every single solitary nitty-gritty detail.
It's kind of torture, isn't it?
You learn to say, oh,
Really?
wow.
Yeah. Oh.
Right places while you're thinking about the rest of your day.
I'm not wearing a bra.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good on
Cynthia.
ya.
You got it. 1-800-947-3979. Coming up in just a moment. Wait till you hear what some dentists are doing. This is a select few, but 2020 found one specific chain that was doing this in order to move kids more quickly through their dental chairs. Wait to hear what they were doing. That's coming up. By the way, prepare to hear some children screaming in the audio.
Oh, this will make you dream of having a death-intensive hairdresser.
You're right. We'll take a break. It is the Free Bear and Hot Wings Show.
H traffic.
Inbound from Wyoming, northbound 131, just past Burton Street. A breakdown on the left shoulder. I'm laughing because somebody just dropped their breakfast. That's traffic.
News this time brought to you by Great Wolf Lodge. Bring your pack to Great Wolf Lodge in Traverse City for great rates. Go to greatwolf.com.
Steady rain this morning, showers with maybe a rumble of thunder later on this afternoon. Get up to about 48. It's 40 now. I'm Hot Wings. And the White House Auto Task Force is in Detroit meeting with the top officials of GM, Chrysler, and the UAW. One official said the companies have been told a fundamental restructuring is needed and the need to make the changes is urgent. The official also said President Obama is committed to supporting the industry with the right changes. The administration will decide by the end of the month if the companies will receive up to $22 additional billion that they have requested.
Well, when is somebody going to get some dough, man? I keep hearing about all this bailout that, money for this company, and nobody seems to be getting any. It's going to take so much damn time.
Well, I mean, unless you're a giant, insurance agency, they don't just hand it over to you.
So is there? I wonder if there's actually a transaction of physical money, or if it just goes right in electronically, or if they
digital
money.
No, they take it in giant big briefcases.
They
in novelty. They write a novelty check.
They get one of those pods and put it outside of the bank, and people walk in stacks of cash. Here's your money.
Well, remember in Iraq when they said that there was no banking system, so they actually were taking bricks, or they referred to them as footballs of money, and they'd say, I need a truck. Okay, here's a football of money, and they'd throw it to them, and it's just a bunch of $100 bills they just got off the printing press.
It just hit some guy, it busts up because it's not bound properly, and money goes flying everywhere.
As the time crunch happened later on, you could go buy a truck with a sheet of money, and they part of the deal, well, it's not cut, you'll have to cut it yourself, but it's brand new, legal tender, no problem.
Yeah, just be careful how you cut it, otherwise you'll screw it all up. Speaking of money, the former and well-respected Detroit mayor wants to be paid by SkyTel, which Kwame Kilpatrick's lawyers accuse of violating his privacy and constitutional rights. SkyTel is the city's former communications provider, which released text messages to and from Kilpatrick to police. Those texts led to Kilpatrick's removal from office and plea deal on obstruction of justice charges. Kilpatrick's lawyers are seeking $100 million.
Oh, my goodness. What a greaseball. By the way, more of his text messages were made available.
Yeah.
More racy ones.
Yep. I was amazed that people would be even interested in it, but still, man.
Yeah.
Quite a story.
A lot of them included the word tongue and
placement
of such.
That's what you do, man.
Yeah, well, obviously. I mean, he knows how to please.
Or be pleased.
Of course.
Probably that one.
Yeah. Rip Hamilton tallied 29 points and 14 assists to lead the Pistons to a 98-94 win over the Magic at the Palace. Tayshaun Prince with 20 points in the game as well, which completed a 3-game season sweep of Orlando. Antonio McDyess had 13 points and 18 rebounds in the win. Dwight Howard for Orlando with 27 points in that. Pistons host the New York Knicks tomorrow night.
The Magic were pretty bummed after the game. They had come into this game sort of saying, all right, they've lost 19 of 24 against the Pistons, and they had said, before the game they had quotes like, sooner or later you got to stand up to the schoolyard bully that's pushing you around. And they kind of had circled that one after Detroit had beaten them in Orlando.
Oh.
And then they lost again, and Van Gundy was saying something after the game like, I just keep getting punched in the face over and over again.
Van Gundy, is he the handsome one?
Yeah, he is very handsome.
He looks like Ron Jeremy.
Yeah. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Thanks for joining us. And welcome once again in Corpus Christi to Classic Rock 104.5, who joined on this week, and to our friends in Kansas who joined last week at X92.9. We appreciate both of them giving us a try. And if you're tuning in, whether you're on one of the stations that's carried us for a while or on one of the new ones and giving it a try for the first time, thank you. Be patient. Think you'll like it. Nobody likes anything at first.
Nope, it always takes a little time. Got to get familiar with the characters. I mean, it's no different than like a new TV show or something.
Whenever we say that, by the way, it's always cool because we'll get it, and we don't do it on purpose, but we'll always get one or two emails saying, I liked it the first time I heard it.
Mm-hmm.
And I always want to write back and say, no, that's rare.
It is. I mean, it takes a little time to get to know the people.
The story in the last segment about the very nice lady, but who insisted on telling me about everyone who had died during her lifetime on Earth that she had ever met. And Matt from Nashville writes, my favorites are the ones who corner you at church and tell you 20-minute death story about some distant relative, and then they end the story with, but they're with Jesus now, so I try not to dwell on it. By the way, he died 30 years ago. That's kind of how mine went yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's very convenient.
Wow, that was weird. You said Jesus, and then your microphone exploded.
This is not very good.
Yeah,
because I'll just do it this way.
And this is good because it's only the first break of the hour, so that means that this is a short one.
Yeah, I think I actually have to hear you guys do the show. I'm out.
Freeber, here's what happened. You heard that weirdness when Freeber was doing the blaspheming and
when he was down talking the Lord.
I was not. Jesus. Too bad his mic's unplugged. He can't really defend himself.
Yeah, I mean, lightning has a hard way of striking inside the studio, but microphones can dismantle themselves at the misuse of Jesus' name.
I was reading an email.
What? What are you talking about?
No,
my headphones weren't broken. It was just the microphone.
Oh, no, we weren't talking about you.
And
somebody else.
His microphone literally came apart when that went down. So
that was pretty weird, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You be the judge.
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to judge. That's just, it just seems like it was God's will.
Yeah. Well, who's playing that? Are you playing that?
No.
Oh, now I'm freaked out.
No.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebearandhotwings@hotmail.com.
Oh, man, that's all we need. More Mel Gibson Jesus mumbo-jumbo.
Freebear played that. Freebear played that.
So, I mentioned that 2020 on Friday was all about scams, and we weren't going to play the audio of this one, but I started telling you guys about it off the air yesterday, and we were talking about it. I'm like, God, that's pretty crazy, too. Because yesterday we were talking about all the work-at-home scams. Where they said that of every 55 offers that are made on the internet for work at home, earn great money, stuff envelopes in your spare time or whatever it might be, 54 out of every 55 were complete and utter scams.
That is a shock to me because I thought everything on the internet was completely on the up and up.
It is pretty amazing. Well, near the end of the show, they talked about how there are some dentist offices that are also looking to make a quick buck by taking advantage of families and taking advantage of them not paying attention. And this is the setup for that story.
Most dental offices try to create a happy environment for nervous children. But what if the dentist worries more about the bill than your child's anxiety? That's what these families claim happened to them at a dental clinic catering to low-income Medicaid families in North Carolina. Christy says she waited 2 nerve-wracking hours for her 5-year-old.
And he comes walking out of that door
2 hours
with his whole shirt was full of sweat. He had blood dripping from his mouth, and all I could see was silver shining through.
What?
Silver from a mouthful of crowns just put in by the dentist.
Pulpectomy.
In one sitting, Morgan had been subjected to 5 baby root canals, plus 5 fillings and crowns.
Are you kidding? You
Jasmine
like
had
Jaws
11 baby root
Bond.
canals, and Ontavia, 14. Hunter and Brandon each had 16 baby root canals.
You might want to postpone the family portrait. No kidding. God, every kid looks like Jaws.
By the
baby root canal.
They showed the kid. It did look like Jaws.
Well, it would have to. I mean, the kid's got a mouthful of stainless steel.
Oh, yeah, looked great.
Nearly every tooth in their mouth. All in one visit. That's mind-blowing. And you're talking 4 and 5 and 3-year-old children.
Yeah. I felt like they took my son's smile away.
Did they have, they did not have the cavities then? Because a lot of times that's, when you have a progressed cavity, that's what they'll do. So did these kids not even have the cavity?
They didn't really say. They implied that they just did it. Because, Joe, you saw it also, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
They never said these children for sure didn't have the cavities, did they?
Right, they never said that, but they definitely never consulted the parents
Oh,
yes,
that's the thing.
That was the thing.
Yeah.
They weren't in there for that. They just went ahead and did it.
Yeah. Because there was one time when my daughter, when we went to the dentist, like she was like 3 or 4, and then like 6 months after between visits, for some reason, she got a bunch of holes in her teeth, and she needed like 7 fillings. I mean, it was unbelievable. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And she actually showed me where they were, and you could see them.
Yeah.
The cavities.
Yeah.
And right there. But so they definitely consulted us. I can't believe they just went ahead and did massive work like that.
The bigger problem is how they're going about it in some cases.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's bad in the first place. But listen to this. This is actually going to freak you out. It's not going to freak you out like you're going to run out and punch a dentist, as far as I know. But it's pretty bad.
Why would anyone treat children this way? An investigation last year by WJLA in Washington found one possible explanation.
The ridiculous production of $7,000. We can't stay in business making $7,000.
Thank you, Harry Connick Jr.
Money was a big topic at the daily staff meeting in that Maryland clinic run by Dr. Al Williams. Since Medicaid pays very little, sources say some clinics push their employees to keep the procedures up.
I don't want Langley Park to be the laughing stock of the entire Small Smiles Nation. And
thank you, lazy voice.
And Small Smiles, Small Smiles was the name of this chain of dentistry locations that they had a problem with on 2020. Now, I don't know anything about them. They might be great.
I don't either.
They certainly made it seem like all of these, at least these Small Smiles places they talked about, were in it for the money. And now no dentist is a charitable, or some are, but very few dentists are a charity.
Well, right, but
their goal is to make money, but doing extra procedures because that keeps the money coming in on the books is pretty shady.
At Small Smiles, we only hire the smoothest dentists.
That's right. When you're feeling like you want some soul, you come to Small Smiles, okay?
We don't want this to represent all Small Smiles. You see here, Daddy?
I don't want Langley Park to be the laughing stock of the entire Small Smiles Nation.
Hey, man. Hey, squares. We don't want that. Don't want to get misrepresented here. You know what I'm saying?
Slag 'em, jag 'em.
In yesterday's stats, we are.
Small Smiles offers the staff up to hundreds of dollars in productivity bonuses.
Bet, babe. Drink side, run the Java.
And thousands for the dentist.
Let's go. Let's have a good one.
One way to get the kids in and out faster, say former employees, is to restrain them.
So what was that?
What's going on there?
Was that a machine?
A cat was just thrown in the shower.
Yeah,
is what it sounded
Somebody
like.
dragging metal across the floor?
That is the sound of a child being put on what's referred to as a papoose board.
A papoose board?
Mm-hmm. It's as awesome as it sounds. Imagine being a child and taken to the dentist and then having all of your limbs bound down and wrapped basically around like a blanket wrapped around a board with you tied up, and then rubber blocks jammed in your mouth between your jaws so you're immobilized with your mouth open, and then everybody hovering over you jamming things in your mouth.
Well, it sounds fun.
It does
It's
sound
cool,
like a good
little
time.
one. That's how we do it over here.
Hey,
Small Smiles.
don't you just relax there, little Bambino. It's gonna be all right. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, hey, you just hang out there. A couple of spider rings made out of plastic. Got your name all over them.
You be good, we'll give you a dum-dum sucker. Sugar-free, of course, and a trip to the treasure chest. It'll be all right.
Do dentists still have the treasure chest? Because mine did.
Hey, man, they smooth as we are. Here at All Smiles.
Come on, I'll smile you up. That's right,
By the
baby.
way, the Small Smiles dentistry company has no problem being alleged that they steal money by doing faulty procedures, but they probably don't like Marvin Gaye's sexual healing plan.
Here at Small Smiles, we'll get your little one in the mood. That's right. You want to get bound?
Say former employees, is to restrain them. That screaming child is actually strapped to a papoose.
Why is Hot Wings laughing at the screaming child?
Well, because we were having all kinds of good fun and merriment there based on all smooth talker, and then the screen comes in and for some reason struck me as kind of a weird juxtaposition. That doesn't belong there, you know?
That's my Scarlet Heart singing out, baby.
Board,
don't you
which
scream.
holds hands and feet mummy style, allowing a dentist to keep working even if the child's hysterical. The Pediatric Dental Association allows the board's use for a child's best interest, but told us they're not acceptable to speed up the work. Yet listen to what Dr. Williams told WJLA.
you could potentially spend 2 hours on a kid who's not stabilized and moving around. That's not cost productive for us.
Parents were kept away from their children during treatment.
We don't want them to see what goes on in here. Not that we are doing anything wrong, but as a parent, you wouldn't want to see your child strapped up like that.
And besides, they don't like it. They don't like seeing when I get up close and nuzzle their ear.
Hey, man, by the way, those screams are screams of joy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for a parent to understand that because, you know, they're old and have a different mentality. But those kids...
It's so inappropriate. But those kids, man. But those kids, Daddy-O.
I mean... You know.
So I say to them, hey, I love you. And they respond.
Restrain them.
Yeah. I say, are you having fun? And that's how they say yes.
I've learned to translate screams
That's a terrible sound.
I've gotten very good at translating screams of love. When they
Those
scream.
kids love having mouths full of metal.
That's what I call it, heavy metal.
I call those crowns of joy.
Their screams always scream yes, even when they say no.
So much more offensive than what was intended. All right. So part 3, they interview a dentist who used to work there, and he has some guilt over the things he's done.
Why?
Wow. Of course he has.
It sounds fun.
This dentist from another Small Smiles clinic asked us to conceal his identity.
They make us talk all sexy to the kids. And
I don't appreciate being called Killjoy now.
I did not like it from the beginning, but I learned to love it.
And told us he resigned partly because he was traumatized by the children's cries.
Liar.
You would think that they're cutting their arms and legs off. The screams are blood-curdling. They're terrifying.
He was even more disturbed by the pricier and sometimes more invasive work performed when cheaper options would do. Did you see unnecessary work?
Us?
Hell yeah, I'll be a whistleblower if you can put me through a machine that makes my voice sound even smoother.
I'll talk about it.
We've got the harmonizer set on sexy.
You know it. In fact, I will not do this interview any longer unless you get some kids in here so I can watch them melt like they did in the dentist chair. Yeah.
Cheaper options would do. Did you see unnecessary work?
I see a lot of unnecessary work. I see a lot of over-treatment.
And WJLA did too.
8-year-old
Rachel was diagnosed with 4 cavities at a Small Smiles clinic, but her mom took her for a second opinion with pediatric dentist Dr. Robert Camps.
Good idea.
I'm glad it wasn't done because it shouldn't have been done.
And their mother was much more satisfied with my work because I kept my clothes on.
Right.
He found no need to treat those teeth. As for her sister, Rebecca, Small Smiles claimed to have drilled and filled 8 cavities.
You know it.
But Dr. Camps had an even bigger surprise.
Only 7 were in her mouth. What?
It's not our fault. They sound so sexy.
You were drilled and filled by Dr. Love.
That was, you know that phrase, unintended consequences? When I mentioned this audio to Joe, I never thought for a moment that it would turn into porno dentist.
But Dr. Camps had an even bigger surprise.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
They did not cut into the tooth to do a filling.
Camps says the clinic never did the work.
All right.
That was crazy.
I can't believe that was the next line.
An even bigger surprise. It might as well have cut back to her saying, "That is not a sausage pizza."
Oh, my God.
This is Corey. Hi, Corey.
Hi.
Were you papoosed like that when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Apparently that's what they call it.
Yeah.
When I was little, I fell in the deck and knocked my 2 front teeth out.
Ow. Yeah.
And they put in fake ones because I was like 3.
Yeah.
Like that. And my mom heard me screaming at the dentist.
Oh.
And she came back and started pounding on the door, and they finally let her in, and I was, like, strapped with Velcro straps, my arms, legs, around my body, and then around the top of my head to a piece of plyboard.
Wow.
Okay.
Traumatic.
It is. I bet it is. Do you freak out when you go to the dentist now?
Yeah. Did it affect you in the long term?
Yeah, I don't like dentist.
Yeah.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I just have issues with dentists.
So now, do like your teeth hurt whenever a man unzips?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
How does one answer?
Definitely a side effect.
Yeah. Their phantom aches.
Yeah, when he takes his jacket off, obviously. Thank you, Corey.
Yeah.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings at hotmail.com. This is Jimbo. Hi, Jimbo.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
You want to talk to Dennis?
Don't worry, we got it set on sexy.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. You're an investigator, a fraud investigator?
Yeah, I used to investigate Medicaid fraud and stuff like that in L.A. and San Diego, and that used to be a very common scheme where they'd call them cappers, where they'd go out and recruit in inner city neighborhoods and prey on, the less fortunate and pay parents $50 to $100 to bring their kids to the dentist, and they'd basically do, they drill holes just to fill them. They'd bill for, tons of unnecessary work, and a lot of their excuses were, Medicaid doesn't pay well. So
did you say they would pay the parents to bring the children in?
Yeah, they would entice the kids with, you name it, all kinds of things, but they'd also sometimes pay the parents to allow them to basically put them on a bus, round them up, and bring them.
Wow.
Sometimes they'd drive them like an hour away.
Well, so they'd act like they were doing them a favor, no
Right,
doubt.
I mean,
and then so here's
time.
$50, and then they drill into the kid for no reason, then bill Medicaid for God knows how many thousands of dollars.
And the parents get a few bucks for whatever they want to use it on.
Yeah, they'd be grateful that because the kid probably has never been to the dentist or doesn't get very often, and it wasn't.
I bet you a lot of people would say, "So be it."
Well,
because
some people, the less fortunate. They
Yeah,
wouldn't know
I
any
think
better,
if
or
they
they'd
had a
go, well, at
clear-
least my kid's getting some treatment.
But what they didn't know is they weren't really getting legitimate treatment.
Right, they were just getting pointless treatment.
Yeah.
I don't think they had a clear understanding of what happened to their kid when they'd come back, 5 hours later, and they'd complain about, problems in this and that. And they also had, kids where they had heart conditions and things like that, where they weren't pre-medicated.
Valve issues.
Just risky
we've
stuff.
talked about that before.
Thank you, Jimbo.
Man.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings at hotmail.com. Coming up a little bit later on this hour, we'll get to what Hot Wings thinks. Also, the Prime Minister of Australia forgot where he was for a moment and said a word that I don't think you can say it on Australian TV. He was very quick to apologize. We'll have that coming up. And if you missed Joe's luge last week, we'll revisit that before he spins his wheel of What Can Joe Do a little bit later on as well. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Rage traffic.
Got a problem inbound from Wyoming, northbound 131, just past Burton Street. Car broke down on the left shoulder, squeezed the left lane, and backed it up to 28th. Ponding and hydroplaning on the roads with all the water. Be careful. That's traffic.
Weather brought to you by ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale. Rain early today, as you know by now. Remaining cloudy with thunderstorms developing later on this afternoon. 48 the high. Those thunderstorms could be severe, is what they're saying. Some of those early seasonal ones. So be warned, that's on the way. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Porno dentist. Really got to a lot of people.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
A lot of emails from people saying that was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Unintended consequences.
Yep, a lot of people really liked porno dentist.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings at hotmail.com. If you missed Joe's luge, that video is available at freebeerandhotwings.com in the What Can Joe Do section. Also, we're going to revisit some of that audio coming up a little bit later on. And then Joe's going to spin his wheel of What Can Joe Do. We talked about a Joe stunt yesterday that it's not going to go on the wheel because it's fun to talk about in theory, but in real life it would be disruptive and police would be called, and Joe would probably get punched in the face. And that was Joe's stunt that he thought of in the middle of the night while drinking and texted it to me. Actually, you didn't think of it, did you?
No, it was told to me. I thought it was funny, though.
Joe still loves it.
It's hilarious.
I think it was more fun to talk about and speculate as to what could happen than actually do. We determined because we nixed it. We said, no, we're not going to do it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe was going to do the producer Joe's go door to door and tell everyone I'm the new sex offender in the neighborhood challenge.
And you had to inform the neighborhood. So, hey, how you doing? I'm Joe.
I'll let you know I'm moving in, and I am a sex offender.
Let's plan a block party.
So, and I just want to say, hey.
Let's plan a block party.
And we went so far as to say he should have a windowless van in the front, all rusted out, with the vanity plate on the back. It says "Feelin' Rapey."
And free candy written on the side in spray paint.
Free candy and free puppy petting.
And then on the front, maybe it could say Producer Joe DDS on it. Just to tie in the theme that's going on.
Make sure that it all works out.
Don't we all know that our dentist later, if they listen, is going to be like, what are you guys doing, man?
Yeah.
It's not all dentists.
Yeah, I'm so glad I don't have to go back to the dentist for like 2 months. Hopefully they'll forget about it by then.
Well, we never said it was all dentists.
No.
Just
make that clear.
Just those ones that speak all smooth like.
Dr. Smooth.
Dr. Sexy Talk. So listen to this. Everybody's had a run-in with some sort of wild animal at some point.
Sure. Oh, boy.
And everyone's been awakened.
Oh, by the way.
Scared awake by something at some point.
I got bit by a dog the other day.
You did?
Yeah.
How?
Didn't break my skin, but I was running down the street, and the neighbor who lives on the corner was walking her dog. Her and her husband or friend, I don't know. And I've known them since we lived there, and I've always said, hey, how are you?
Yeah.
And I'm running, and I went out of my way to go out of their way. But they decided to get onto my side of the road at the last second.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah. And as I'm 20 steps away, I wave. I said, hello.
Sort of alerting them to your...
Well, just say hi. Because I've seen them all the last 5 years. I've seen them where we live. I kept going. The dog lunges at me. It's a golden type of dog. It looked like some type of lab.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the dog clamped onto my jacket.
Ooh.
I was wearing this running jacket.
Yeah.
And it could very easily have gotten skin.
Yeah.
And it went when it did it. So this was not.
So it wasn't a playful.
It was a leap, and I went, and I slowed down. I went, whoa, that was a little rough in that tone.
Yeah.
Implying, I don't like that. And I hear the guy go, ha, ha, ha. And then I stopped. And I go, yeah, I ain't laughing.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been.
And they kept walking, and I was pissed.
Really? Now, we have 2 dogs, and both of our dogs are friendly if you come to our home. But I know for a fact that our dog, Alice, the older one, does not like people that are running or riding bikes or rollerblading or anything like that.
Yeah, a lot of dogs don't. That's pretty common.
My guess is you keep the dog away.
First of all, if I had seen you running, I would have gone to the other side of the street, or if that were not possible, I would have taken them on the shortest leash possible into the yard so that you could run by. And if my dog had somehow snapped at you,
oh man,
even if it was just a growl or a bark, I am mortified by that, and I am so quick to apologize.
Yeah, that's the worst. Our old dog Taylor, just before she died, she was getting sick. We didn't know it at the time, but she bit one of our neighbors at our old place.
Yeah.
And my God, I mean, luckily the neighbor was really cool about, because she was a small dog, so it wasn't like that bad. But it still hurt. But it got her.
Sure.
It got her in the calf, and it punctured her calf.
Oh, that can be.
And
lucky, man.
we were
get sued.
Lucky, one, we always had all of her shots, so there was no major long-lasting damage or anything like that. But yeah, the wrong person. I mean, luckily it was a lady who was really cool about it and very understanding.
Yeah.
And,
I was not understanding.
But man, well, I mean, we reacted a lot different, though. I mean, we went crazy. And we couldn't have apologized more, and I mean, we were mortified that it happened.
You were responsible
because it was very unlike that dog. We didn't know she was getting sick at the time. Normally, that would have never even crossed our minds that would have happened. People would walk by our house all the time, and she never paid attention. It was. Clearly, then in hindsight, it was she was getting sick, but what a bad feeling that is.
Yeah, heck yeah, man! I can't believe they did that. That's the wrong way to go.
Yeah, that's not the way you don't laugh about that. I mean,
that's why people get. I think that in some cases that's why people get sued.
Yeah,
because
the dog didn't.
Not that you were going to sue them, but if that bit somebody and they reacted poorly like that,
they laugh it off,
man.
and
Well, listen to this. On Sunday morning, 2 a.m. 42-year-old, this is in Australia, Beat Etlin, is his name, was asleep in his home when a 6-foot-tall kangaroo smashed through the window of his bedroom and started jumping on the bed and around his room.
Oh, boy. Well, that'll get your attention, wouldn't it?
His quote is, my initial thought when I was half awake was, oh, my God, a lunatic ninja is in my room.
What the hell is that?
Crikey.
He says it seems about as likely as a kangaroo breaking in. He said his first thought was his children. Without thinking, Beat, who was in his underwear, ran after the kangaroo, jumped on its back, and pinned it to the floor and grabbed it in a chokehold.
Oh wow, those things can be tough as hell.
Like if they kick you.
Yeah, but Australians are not to be trifled with, especially ones named Beat.
Yeah, Beat dragged the kangaroo across the floor and tossed it out the front door.
Throws it out.
No doubt like Jacko from the old Energizer commercials.
You know, its head hit the door jamb on the way out, this stupid kangaroo.
He threw it and went, oi!
The article from CNN says Beat suffered scratches and his underwear were ripped to shreds. I assume by how much he was turned on by what he had done.
Yeah. He was turgid from his own feat of strength.
He was impressed with himself so much.
I dominated that kangaroo.
Oh, man. I'm surprised he didn't chase after it then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe make it humble.
Really let it
put this in your
price.
pouch. That's awful. What Hot Wings thinks on the way in the next segment include and ironically, another Australian note, their prime minister was explaining the economy to a reporter, and he needed to use a little more harsh and straightforward language than what you might expect normally. That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
D.com.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers developing later. 48 the high, 37 now, downtown GR. We mentioned the Griffins. They have a home game on Friday, Saturday. They have 3 this weekend, don't they? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
It's sure enough.
Another one of those 3-game weekends. That's busy for everybody. But Friday night is the special D-Zone night. We talked about this before. Initially, when we set up with the D-Zones, they're all on Friday nights with the $1 beer, $1 dogs. This one was a special added one.
Yeah.
Because the game moved to Friday, sort of as a result of scheduling conflicts or whatever. And so it's a special D-Zone game. We're hoping it's a preview of next year's D-Zone because it's going to be an even bigger group. It's going to take up another section on each side of the arena. It's going to be a full, loud, boisterous house on Friday, and there's still a few tickets left.
Our goal is to eventually just take over the whole arena.
Yeah, the whole arena.
Right.
Yeah. Named after us.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. Don't forget tomorrow, Pair to the Nitty and Joe Stunt. What Joe Stunt is it going to be? We don't know yet. He'll be spinning that wheel in about 60 minutes from now. If you missed his stunt last week when producer Joe went on the luge, that was a little bit death-defying, not as awkward as some of the other Joe stunts. Could have been a bad injury, but Joe's nerves.
That was cool, man.
Joe was hilarious because of how nervous he was.
There was a lot of fun discussion prior to it.
Yes.
The stunt itself was rather short, 20-second run down a luge track. The video was awesome. It is great video. You can see it in the What Can Joe Do section of freebeerandhotwings.com, along with a number of other of Joe's stunts. But Gary did an awesome job editing that one. I think he's finally come around after we beat him up every week.
Or he would say we've come around.
No,
probably not.
He's happy. He's a happy camper, though, with Jeff Gordon leading the point standing.
Heck yeah, life is good for him.
Yeah, everything's working out.
No bigger Jeff Gordon fan than the guy who films Joe's stunts, Green Day Gary.
Yeah.
He for a while he changed his appearance. He looked like Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day.
Yeah.
Now he looks just normal.
He's back to normal guy again. So,
but he is a huge Jeff Gordon fan. Wears the Jeff Gordon jacket.
The Jeff
cologne.
Gordon
Sports the cologne. Yeah, he wants to wear his musk.
He has posters with Jeff Gordon with his shirt off. I didn't even know he posed for those.
Yeah, apparently has them hanging over the bed. His wife does not like that.
I didn't know that they had now, did they sell it with the hole cut out where the mouth is?
I think it was.
Or did Gary do that?
No, I don't think it was sold that way. I think he's an aspiring engineer, and
it looks a little crinkly around the head area too.
I thought he bought it as like an outlet mall.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it was one of those weekend-only things. And
slight flaw.
Well, he was doing a good job on the videos.
Do a good job on the videos, I suppose. I wonder if earlier we did a little impromptu version of Swap Shop, a throwback to when I first got into radio. And we had a guy who offered up a four-wheeler and another guy who offered up a Star Wars set of memorabilia, including action figures, a poster from the 77 release of the film. I wonder if they've sold those items yet. I know they were getting a lot of calls after they gave their phone number out over the air.
Where is that info? I had their phone
Yeah,
number written down in case anybody missed it.
I'm sure they haven't settled on a deal yet because they're probably, just getting that pot to really build.
Yeah. Why don't you
I'm sure it's up to thousands of dollars now.
Why don't you give their phone number away right now so that all the interested listeners will call and no one else who would call?
If you want to buy the Star Wars figures and the Star Wars memorabilia and the punching bag, either or you can work out favorable trades for you. 518-986 0088. I wrote down numbers but not names.
That's listener Russ.
That's Russ.
And only call if you're interested in those items. Don't call to make fun of him or anything like that.
No, you don't want to just waste time.
Do not call to ridicule him for no apparent reason.
No, this is only if you're interested in his awesome Star Wars collection.
Or if you want to buy a Honda four-wheeler ATV, one made for extreme.
That's right, a 2004 Honda 450R.
He's also in the Albany area at 518-598-6755.
That's his number. Again, only call if you're really interested. Don't do a reverse phone on whitepages.com and give him a lawn job when you get his address.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
No, seriously,
do not do that.
Not do that.
That is unacceptable.
We mentioned if you're on the internet, you may want to do a little searching around on YouTube if you want to see Britney Spears showing the world once again how classy she is. The footage has been released. She was performing in Tampa over the weekend when she suffered some sort of wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah.
And the song ended. She was doing that song, I'm a Slave for You.
Of course she was.
And she announced when she thought her microphone was off, quote, my blank was hanging out, except her microphone was not off, and it went over the loudspeakers, and the audience began noticeably laughing in the clip. She used
money, her privates,
naughty bits,
not the top, the bottom.
Rhymes with wussy.
That part should never have a descriptor of hanging.
No, that's very
hanging. No, you're right.
Unappealing.
No matter what happens, it should never be hanging out.
Oh, no.
Very unappealing.
Yeah.
But not surprising.
Lasagna.
Yeah. Oh,
not
boy.
the lasagna.
No, that's not a speed bag.
Yeah.
1-800-947-3979. So we, we hear all the talk about the economy. And I don't remember his name, but the Australian Prime Minister was talking about the economy. It's a global issue with the economy.
For sure.
And he was, and it was unclear where we got this clip from, whether it was at a press conference, but it seems like it more of an interview show where he was doing a one-on-one or a small group of people.
This is bleeped, right?
It is. The Prime Minister talking about the economy.
There's a very simple alternative here. You either sit back as government and do nothing and just wait for the free market to fix it all up, or you step in and try and fill the breach for a temporary period, and that means temporary borrowings. So I need to say on that, people have to understand that, because there's going to be the usual political storm. Sorry, it's political storm over that.
Somebody goes, Prime Minister. I can't believe his press secretary is C-3PO.
So I need to say on that, people have to understand that, because there's going to be the usual political storm. Sorry, it's political storm over that.
Prime Minister.
I did say.
Good day, sir.
Political storm over that.
Prime Minister.
Crikey.
You don't speak like a normal human being. You must.
Oh, man, she split me good.
Talk all uppity.
So uncouth.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free beer, Zane, and listeners. I don't think I am ready for something to die more than I am the Star Wars franchise. Every time you turn around, some other jerk has found a way to incorporate the themes, music, characters, or storylines of Star Wars into a new pointless endeavor. Now, I realize that each of these endeavors probably makes a really stupendous wad of cash, thanks to the quantity of moronic mouth breathers who think they are in some way carriers of Boba Fett's long-lost DNA strands. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it should be done. The whole Star Wars thing is getting crustier than Elvis's last pair of underpants. I think we're pretty familiar with it by now. But that hasn't stopped some other fist-eating loser from creating a Star Wars musical that will debut in London's O2 Arena and eventually make its way stateside. The 2-hour live stage production called Star Wars: A Musical Journey will showcase the music of the Star Wars saga along with scenes from the movies, live narration, and an exhibition of authentic props, models, costumes, art, and other treasures from the Lucasfilm archives. Now, I'm sure those of you who are intimately familiar with the taste of boogers will be every bit as excited about this as you were when you found an authentic autographed Count Dooku cape at an online store based in Botswana. But for the rest of us, Star Wars has been nothing short of massively disappointing since The Empire Strikes Back came out in 1980. Just because you may have had a Greedo lunchbox that years later morphed into ownership of an Admiral Akbar dong mitten.
What? You cracked yourself up on dong mitten.
Yeah, Admiral Akbar dong mitten seemed funny to me. Anyway, that doesn't mean that it isn't 29 years past the point that anyone should be talking about it, let alone still wallowing in its multimedia nonsense. Seriously, let it go. I think 6 films were enough. We don't need any more books or cartoons, stage shows, magazines, websites, musicals, action figures, or anything else. Unless someone manages a scissors porno between 1980 Carrie Fisher and 2003 Natalie Portman, I am not interested. Thank you, and good day. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings.
Road rage traffic.
All right, Southeast Jefferson Avenue between Cherry and Walthie, complete reconstruction starting around Monday, and that'll go all the way till July. Wyoming southbound 131 and 36th Street to break down blocks of lane. That's traffic.
News this time brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts, serving America for over 50 years.
Rain early today, then remaining cloudy. Thunderstorms developing this afternoon. A few of them could be severe. We'll have a high of about 48. It's 39 now. I'm Hot Wings. And the White House Auto Task Force is in Detroit, meeting with top officials of GM, Chrysler, and the UAW. One official said the companies have been told that fundamental restructuring is needed and the need to make changes is urgent. The official also said President Obama is committed to supporting the industry with the right changes. The administration will decide by the end of the month if the companies will receive up to $22 billion that they have requested. I know while in town they are driving the Chevy Volt Mule. That's what they call it when it's like a kind of between concept and actual roadworthiness. When it's sort of a prototype.
Yeah.
So they're driving the mules today.
That's pretty cool.
And stuff like that. So, we'll see. Hopefully they'll feel like they're on the right track and things will kind of help out. A milk truck's trailer overturned yesterday on US 131, causing quite a mess, spilling 5,000 gallons of milk onto the highway. The crash occurred around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon in the southbound lanes just north of the S-curve and near the 196 interchange downtown. The truck was pulling 2 trailers. The second one overturned, spilling all the milk. The highway was closed for about 2 hours. Those pivotal 2 hours of driving home.
Right. No one's going through the S-curve southbound at 5 o'clock.
No, that's never busy anyway, regardless of, whether there is or is not a big accident closing down thing. There were no reports of injuries, so that is good.
Can you imagine that feeling, though? You're the driver, you feel it lurch, you know something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Look in the rearview mirror, and there's milk all over the highway.
All of a sudden, you feel enormous drag for some reason. I wonder why.
Do you hear that?
Feels like half my rig is dragging. I don't. What happened?
It's a bad feeling.
GVSU is pledging to cut the cost of tuition if state lawmakers give the school more money. Well, that makes sense. University President Thomas Haas says he will drop tuition by 4% if the state gives GVSU the floor funding level of $3,778 per student. Last year, Grand Valley received around $700 per student less than the floor level. Governor Granholm has asked state universities to freeze tuition and is also proposing a 3% funding cut. In sports, Rip Hamilton got 29 points, 14 assists to lead the Pistons to a 98-94 win over the Magic at the Palace. Tayshaun Prince with 20 points for Detroit, which completed a 3-game season sweep of Orlando, which really bummed out the Magic. Antonio McDyess with 13 points in that and 18 rebounds. Dwight Howard with 27 for Orlando. The Pistons now hosting the New York Knicks tomorrow night.
Played pretty well. They've played very well recently. They feel like they let that game go against Atlanta on Saturday when they didn't execute down the stretch. But they are, again, like we've said the last couple of days, they are a different team than the one who is playing in December and January.
For sure.
They better be.
Michigan State and Michigan gearing up for this week's Big Ten tournament, which gets underway Thursday at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. The regular season conference champion Spartans are the top seed, so they will have a first-round bye. MSU will play the winner between Minnesota and Northwestern Friday at noon. Meanwhile, the Wolverines are the 7th seed and will take on 10th-seeded Iowa at 2:30 Thursday afternoon.
That's a very winnable game for them.
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice to see them do well.
Somehow, if they could win a couple in the tournament,
in
the Big Ten tournament, that would pretty much guarantee them a spot in the NCAAs. That'd be pretty cool. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wigs Show. Free Beer and Hot Wigs at Eric Zane. You can join us toll-free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwigs at hotmail.com. Coming up later on this hour, if you're new to the show, you're going to hear something that you wouldn't have heard before if you're new to the show, and that is producer Joe spinning his wheel of what can Joe do to find out what this week's stunt will be. That stunt will happen tomorrow, barring some sort of time issue or whatever with what's spun.
Yeah.
But, Joe, you do a stunt each week. It started out, that was part of our job description when you came and did your impression of fat guy in a little coat.
Yeah.
You didn't talk during the job interview and all that jazz.
Yeah.
And but then as time rolled on, we decided to make it in the wheel form where you have a chance to wager some of our money on it. If you have a 1 in 12 chance, essentially, of getting $150 for each stunt you do. So far this year, you've earned $300.
There's an actual wheel.
Sweet.
We actually have an actual wheel, and you will spin that. I know it's cliche to say, oh, we spin the wheel of whatever, but yeah, there is absolutely a wheel.
That's what we do.
And it is absolutely true that it is our money, too.
Yes.
Yep.
Last year, we gave Joe $2,550 out of our own pocket.
Yeah, all of that was within the first 3 months. This year, a little different.
Last year, it was definitely front-loaded.
Yes,
you made a lot of money at the beginning of the year to the point where I remember you saying, "I am punishing you for making me do these stunts." Where you had gotten it enough weeks in a row where it was like, man, maybe we need to stop doing this.
Yeah, but knowing full well that there would come a time, a long streak, where I would get nothing.
And there was. And this year, it's been real sparse for you. Just hit twice.
Yeah.
Out of 7 opportunities, something like that. Probably even a little more than that. So you'll spin the wheel later on this hour. Last week you spun the wheel, and how many Joe Bucks did you get on?
0.
0. So that was good for us. You had to do the luge. That was the first time you ever did that. Now, you've had a lot of stunts where you've had to do awkward or embarrassing things. The one time you had to, and sometimes we don't think them through as clearly in advance as maybe we should. It seems like a good idea at the time. Like when we decided that you would have 24 hours of cast arms with casts on both your arms that immobilized you. That was pretty funny until your girlfriend had to help clean you up and you had a temper tantrum and you had to cut the cast off your right arm with a butter knife.
Yeah.
That's when it stopped being funny for you. That's when it got extra funny for the rest of us.
And then there's the other ones when we don't do the necessary homework, we end up getting ourselves in trouble and actually have to apologize. Is it safe yet to tell the story?
No.
Not even
the
close.
blow-up doll?
No, not for at least another 20 years.
No.
We got in so much trouble over this. Oh, no, I cannot tell it. No. I'm actually getting urged on right now.
There's no.
Yeah.
But what a story. One day.
It was something.
One day. It's still so fresh.
Someday, yeah. It has not been nearly long enough.
There are 2 stunts that have been embargoed that the video is, as far as we know, not available. It's certainly not available on anything we control.
Yeah.
And they won't ever get replayed on the air. And that's because people were upset.
Hey, there's a discussion for the Freeburn Hot Wing Show message board. What are we referring to?
What are the 2 embargoed stunts?
Well,
just 2, right?
Just 2. They know one because the YouTube video is posted.
No, we didn't do it, though.
No, not at all. Not from our site. I don't even know how they found it.
This other one, the hilarious portion of it that I can tell is that there was a video that was shot, and it was on a flip camera, okay? Now, the only copy of it was on this actual camera, and you had to literally there's a USB on the camera. You had to plug it into a computer to download it.
Right.
And we had not even done that.
That had never been done. No, because it was on one source.
And the reason we didn't is because we said this video can never go on the internet.
Right.
It can because it
went very poorly, and we knew.
At first we had planned on it. We had planned on it, and then when it hit the fan, shortly after we got off the air, we immediately knew that this was going to be a delete moment and apology. So Joe has a copy of the video in his coat. Okay, and we all go after we realize we're going to be in trouble later on to see the movie Iron Man.
Yeah,
and we're all sitting there, and the sales guys are really agitated because we've pissed somebody off at this point. Okay, we get a phone call during the film, and they're so wound up. Joe hears this. Joe, the video's been leaked. Somehow it's out there, and it's being played all over the country. When Joe goes, what? It was impossible.
That's not possible. The video camera's in my pocket right now.
It would be magic. Magic if anybody saw it.
Literal sorcery.
Yeah.
we told, no, an intern stole it.
Something has happened, Joe, and we're in bigger trouble. Everybody's even more pissed off than before.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thanks.
Go watch Iron Man.
Yeah.
So it was never leaked.
No,
it's never been out there, and nor will it ever, because it has been officially deleted.
When the apology took place, we actually went back with the camera, showed it to the person who we had to apologize to, and pressed delete. But he wanted to keep the camera.
Yes.
He actually said, "Give me your camera."
We said, "No, we're not going to do that."
Those more magic in it.
Yeah, those don't grow on trees.
Has anyone ever hated you more than that man hated us that day?
Oh, he was so
hates
furious.
us to this day, I'm sure.
Still
no,
now. Yeah.
I mean, I think, oh boy.
And we did not intend to injure him. Nor
Well, no, we never do. I mean, we never intend to long-term hurt someone's feelings.
I mean,
but
seriously,
that sure did.
If you had broken up with a girl 1 minute after she said, "I'm pregnant," she would have been less angry at you than this guy was at us.
Yes.
He mad
Someday
as
the full
hell.
story, but that'll be many
Sorry
years
to
from now.
blue ball you on that, but still.
Yeah. So Joe spun the wheel last week. No one was alienated by this. This, in fact, was awesome. Joe had to do the luge.
Of course. Yeah, well, what else would we use for theme music but the Olympic theme?
This is the whole Olympics fanfare.
Yep. I like hearing this.
Makes me feel very proud.
Yes. It's funny because it makes me feel proud, but recent Olympics have made me feel indifferent.
Not me, man.
You love him?
I like the summer games.
I like aspects. I mean, I felt very proud when Michael Phelps was not smoking marijuana but was winning 8 gold medals. I thought that was very neat.
We need the... I'm kind of bummed because this doesn't have the boom, boom,
You wanted
boom,
the...
boom, boom. That's what I had hoped.
Oh, yeah, the
to
other
get.
fanfare, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, hold on until we get that, okay?
Yeah, hang on, man. We can't do this without...
There you go.
Joe, hold on. What happened?
It got YouTube. You know how it is.
Every now and then you have to pause the 23rd Olympiad.
That's right. A reminder of America's dominance in the 80s when we told the world to suck it.
Live from Los Angeles, the Russians aren't here and we don't care.
Oh, boy,
We're going to win 1 billion gold medals.
I know it.
McDonald's will have to go bankrupt because of all the cheeseburgers we'll give away. Right. We didn't know the communists weren't coming. Oh, my God. Greatest contest ever. Hi, Joe.
That really happened?
Joe wasn't even born.
Yeah, in
he doesn't even know what we're talking
in 84,
about.
they did a thing where you'd go to McDonald's, and on the side of the cups, you'd pull the tab, and it said, gold medal for biathlon, and for every event. And the idea was if the U.S. then medaled in that event, you would get something free, like a free cheeseburger, free soft drink, free, well, they didn't even have value meals then, but something free. Well, then right before, after they had already planned the promotion and put it underway, all of the communist countries decided not to come, to boycott the Olympics, and so we beat everyone's face in the Olympics. We won everything.
We won like all but 2 events.
We would win gold, silver, and bronze in every event. The only other nation to get a medal was like Israel. They got like 1 medal, and that was it.
People were going to McDonald's and getting food and throwing it away. Oh, I'm too full. Oh, I can't have any more McDLTs.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when Krusty Burger did that in The Simpsons, but I had no idea that really happened.
It's true, brother.
That sounds funnier.
Well,
All
Joe,
right.
you're getting ready to do the luge this morning. That's the purpose of the Olympic music there. This is a special stunt, meaning that we said, well, we're going to do it this week before spring arrives completely.
Yeah.
Which could be 6 months away for that matter. But
At this point, it seems that way.
We got plenty of ice though today, don't we, Joe?
Oh yeah, the luge. We're good to go by far on this morning.
and they maintain it, so it's probably smooth and slick and ready to go, isn't it?
Well, maybe not. It was luge league night yesterday.
League night.
It was luge league night.
Wait a minute.
What?
There's a league of this, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had no
I
idea.
don't know what they do, but it's a league. I assume they just luge. I don't know how they keep points or
Probably
win.
time.
Apparently, you just run.
I think that's how they do it.
Yeah,
You don't-
time
you don't-
would probably be the
You don't
way.
have you don't
It's
like
not
try
style.
I mean, they might put pins at the bottom or something, I guess.
You don't throw
know.
a ball in a hoop as you pass it.
I think they do it with swords. 2 people on the track. Anyway, we're good to go, man.
Okay.
I've had my training.
Yeah.
My 5 minutes of traiing.
Yeah, do you feel pretty confident?
Very confident.
How long is the luge course, Joe?
Well, I know it'll take about 18 seconds to get down it. How long is it? 700 feet.
Okay.
Now, are you doing? I was talking to a news guy, Bruce, from the oldie station. He's not the news guy anymore, but he had done
He's
this.
a shock jock.
He had done this. He told me about 20 years ago with a bunch of his friends. He said they got drunk and high. I don't know if I'm supposed to tell that part, but he said they went out there and did this, and that they didn't get to go down the full track. They only went down about halfway because to go down from the top, you have to be fully certified and everything else. Are you going down the whole track or just the top?
No, I'm going. It's I'd say it's more than the half track. There's actually not much more to the full track. But certain deaths occur.
Do you think when Bruce went down, they had to squeegee the track from him coughing chunks of lung up onto the ice as he passed by?
Yeah, and he was sweating butter too, so they had to squeeze that.
Yeah, I'll bet it made all the runs artificially fast after that from the slickness caused by cholesterol streaks.
So, Joe, how fast do you think you'll? Do they have any idea how fast you'll go?
You said I'd be going about 30 miles per hour at the fastest part of the track.
30 average, 40
minutes.
40
Like 42 miles an hour.
Well, that's pretty fast on your back, 1 inch off the ice. I
That's
mean,
true.
I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you put that into perspective, I mean, you think, imagine
I'm
if you were going
disappointed.
40 miles an hour on a skateboard. Would that seem fast to you?
To me, yeah, but for Joe, I expected a minimum of 180. on
Anything
this.
under 3 digits was going to be disappointing for Zane and I.
30.
Realism has been abandoned. We want Joe screaming.
So you want this to be Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
On the sled.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I still think this is going to be amazing.
Me too. So, Joe, for those who are uninitiated with the luge, you're going to lay down on your back. You steer with your feet on the little prongs of the rails at the front, and you've had good training. You know how to steer?
Yes, I know. I got on the sled for a moment and practiced my steering, and I know how to steer.
Okay.
Who knows if I'll be able to.
You haven't done any tests
pull it
run,
off.
though.
Yeah, don't steer. You don't want to steer too much. Those things are sensitive.
Yeah.
Joe, is your first attempt your only attempt so far, or did you practice?
No, this will be my first attempt.
Okay.
I could have practiced, but I thought,
No.
surely they would want the first one.
True.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Now, the course itself, we've seen photos of it, and there'll be video of this at freebeerandhotwings.com in the What Can Joe Do section later on today. We've got multiple camera angles. Joe, are you going to have a camera attached to you?
Yeah, I've got the glasses on me.
Nice. So
the blue blockers.
Nice.
All right.
So, I mean, there are massive turns where you're essentially perpendicular to the ground if you follow the surface of the track.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, massive banking makes Daytona look flat.
Yeah, the last part of the track, you said I'd be going, 2 Gs? 2.1 Gs around that turn.
Whoa,
You said
wow.
You can't even hold your head up.
Wow.
And then,
Okay, see, there you go. There's some perspective.
Yeah.
Now, Joe, how nervous are you? Because we had you watch that video of people that appeared to be having their bodies turned into ragdoll bodies by the luge track yesterday. And that was kind of that was quite a shocking experience for you. And now that you're seeing the track and looking out at it, what are your thoughts?
Well, I wasn't that nervous at the bottom when I was practicing. I was just I had put it in my head that, this won't be so bad. I'll just sled down the hill. It's cool. Well, then I walked up here, and now I'm scared.
Yeah. So when you look out right now, what do you see? Can you see, like, to the first turn and then the track sort of disappears?
Nope, I can't even. Yeah, I see to the first. It's a slight turn at first, but the major curves I can't see right now. That's all a mystery. I mean, I saw him walking up, but I've already forgotten all about it. I don't know what to do anymore.
That in itself is pretty scary because not knowing which way the track's going to go, how do you turn? Joe, do you have to turn on the turns, or will the track naturally turn you and you only use the steering to keep you off the walls?
Well, if I forget everything and I don't turn, will I just go with it, or what happens then?
Well, it just depends on gravity, but you should make it to the finish line if all else fails.
All right, so pretty much I'll die.
Joe, yeah, that didn't sound very confidence inspiring.
Joe, ask him to be honest about some of the injuries he's seen over the years when novice people like you do this.
Yeah. What's the
What
worst
did you
thing?
say?
Ask
What did you
him.
say, the worst? Oh, what are some of the worst injuries you've seen when people like me have no idea what they're doing, get on the sled? I know he said earlier that most injuries occur when people try and stop themselves from hitting the wall by putting their arms out.
Yeah, I would imagine that would kind of crush you.
like a broken noodle dropping on the floor.
But yeah, describe some injuries.
Back in the early days on the old track, we've had some, broken arms, broken legs. But that was the old track. Our new track here is safe. We can get you to the bottom. Designed by an Olympian. You're in good hands.
No, he's not.
There you go, Joe.
Yeah. He's just telling you that.
Yeah, he is just telling you that. So that
He was
doesn't get sued.
describing the old track. The old track, I guess, was just built by some old guy who decided to put a luge, had no engineering experience, and he just started building it. Turns here, turns there, wherever. And people
He was crazy. It was like the Winchester Mansion. He kept making it bigger and bigger.
Yeah. It had weird turnoffs that went nowhere. Just ran you into a white pine.
That's why people were injured. Because you'd be going at 3,000 miles an hour and fly to the next county.
One launches you into a lake.
The ending was a bear trap. You just stopped and it clamped down on you.
You get cut in half. There's torsos everywhere. The new Winchester luge track.
Of course there's a wall there. My property ends, stupid.
I'm crazy. That's the way I build.
Well, Joe, it seems like I'm glad
You
you're
ever been to that
laughing.
place, the Winchester Mansion?
Yeah.
You open a door and there's a stupid wall there.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Or you open another door and it's a room that's 1 foot tall.
Yeah. I remember. You've been there.
I have not been there. I've researched it on the website.
Yeah, I've seen it on TV a lot.
I don't remember exactly where
I remember
it is.
seeing it on TV.
I think it's in California.
Yeah. All right, Joe.
Okay.
Wait, there's so many things going on. All of that stuff, I don't even know what you're talking about, but it's hilarious. And while you were doing that, he goes just to me, the worst injury of all was, how did it had something to do with penetration.
Oh, no.
It had something to do with penetration.
You want to stay on top of the sled and not in front of it.
Well, it was a two-man deal.
That was that crazy engineer with his broomstick stopping mechanism.
What?
Okay, I could wreck on the sled and somehow got in front of it. I was hands and knees or something, and the sled rammed him in the back.
Joe's hysterical.
Wait a minute.
No, don't. We all get it.
Yeah.
Don't go into any more detail.
Stupid freak out.
No, there's nothing else. It just seems so crazy.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen to you.
Yeah. We do not want you to get violated.
Butt slam! There's an alarm that goes off. Uh-oh, we got a problem. Butt slam! Better call the paramedics.
It's in your butt.
This is the alarm.
Oh.
Butt slam!
You do not want a ski rammed up. I know that. He's nervous and giddy.
Joe, make sure you think of that when you're going on the hill and start cracking up. You go sideways.
You look like friggin' Buckshot Jones.
Yeah.
Daytona.
So first you'll lay on your back as though you're prepared to take it, and then if it goes wrong, make sure to perch.
Yeah, the fact that the guy fell in front of it, and he's actually got a perched butt.
Always catch your sled with your butt.
And the damn prong
In
was
my
actually
mind,
in.
he was on his knees long enough to think, whoa, that was a bad crash. I made it. Nothing bad can happen from here on out.
To me, it made this noise.
Oh, no, my butt.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm wrecked.
Okay.
Where were we?
Seriously.
All right, we got to do this.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe, are you ready?
Okay.
And you're
getting on
gonna,
this.
in
I'm
theory,
getting on
in theory, you're going to do some play-by-play on the way down, but I'm guessing 18 seconds of chaos is what we'll have.
this.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Don't forget your camera. Make sure you're rolling.
What'd you say?
Make sure your camera's all set and rolling.
Yep. I hit record and I hit hold.
All right.
Oh my God, this is frightening. So there we go. Holding on.
So you're just tuning in. Joe is at a real luge course, one
Training
of the few in the United States, a training facility. You got to be highly certified to go down from the top. Joe is going down from pretty close to the top, as far as they can let amateurs go. He's literally never done it before. He's laying on his back, getting ready to go right now.
Yeah.
All right, Joe.
Okay. I'm inching up to the handles.
Is there anything you want to say to your mom, Patty, before you go?
Yeah.
Yes. I love you, Mom.
Anything you want to say to your dad, Joe Sr.?
No.
It's funny because when I said that, I thought for sure that's what you'd do.
Oh.
All right,
All
Joe.
right.
You tell us when you're ready.
Let's go.
All right. Do you want us to?
2, 1. God bless America. Oh!
God bless America.
Oh! First time. Second time. Oh, really bad. Okay, straight. Jesus. Oh, God. Breaking. Oh, I just got this. Oh, God. Hello?
Did you make it?
Did you?
I made it.
He's laughing like Sully Sullenberger doing a good splash landing on the Hudson.
I forgot all about breaking.
No breaking, huh?
Okay.
No. There's breaking. I just didn't do it.
You did pretty good play-by-play as you were going. You did first turn, second turn, third turn, and then about 10 seconds of gibberish. There was a...
Oh, my God. It was awesome. And so frightening. And by the way, I totally forgot to tell you what happens at the end when I was up there, which I meant to. Just to stop. You're supposed to grab the front of the sled.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, and
you
pull up on it.
You kind of sit up.
And then you're supposed to come to a graceful end. Well, instead, I did not do that, and I just rammed into this massive foam block.
Did it hurt?
No, it didn't. It might later, but right now I can't feel anything, man.
Do you want to go down head first?
Oh.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Wow.
Well, well done, Joe.
Whew,
Oh.
thank you.
That was awesome.
That
All right,
was
Joe.
funny. God, he was so giddy. That was hilarious.
It's a good first stunt for our friends in Kansas and Corpus Christi, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, yeah, that was
Excellent.
really funny. God,
Well done.
listening to him was so hilarious at the end when we go, "Are you okay?" and he just goes,
Yeah.
You can see that video at freebeerandhotwings.com. Go to the What Can Joe Do section. It's very well done. We had so many cameras out there, it looks like a sportscast, wide world of sports stuff, except for Joe's not going sprawling over a building like the agony of defeat. Thank goodness. Coming up, a story of a 13-year-old. Now, I didn't have any game all the way through high school when it comes to finding my way to being with women, but a 13-year-old was balancing not one but two teachers on the line.
no.
We'll get to that
Jeez.
story coming up. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Rain early and all morning so far. Remaining cloudy throughout the day. Thunderstorms developing later. High of 48. It's about 40 now downtown GR. It's got a wind advisory going on for many of the counties surrounding Kent County. Got a flood warning. All sorts of good stuff. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Tomorrow, producer Joe Stunt will find out what it is. We just decided to add one that we've had on the wish list for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
That I am already looking forward to it if it hits or when it hits, because it's just a matter of time until it comes up. That's he'll spin that wheel coming up in the next segment, about 15 minutes from now. Thursday, Dumber Than Zane Trivia, presented by Cat Footwear. Zane was a winner last week. That means an $800 jackpot this time. If you are smarter than Zane, at least over a series of 5 or 10 questions, then you'll win cash. If Zane wins, then it goes up to $1,200 for next week. There's been, I'm sure this always happened, but it never used to be in the news. But over the last decade or so, there have been a lot of stories about older women having sex and older men having sex with students of theirs as teachers. Now, I got to give Zane credit on something. This goes back probably 5 or 6 years when Mary Kay Letourneau and Vili Falau, I think his name were.
That's right.
When they got together after she got out of prison, you said they were going to get married and stay together. And I know I said you were absolutely crazy about the staying together part.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was in that camp, too.
And who knows if they're going to have a 50th wedding anniversary. But they've already made it well past my expectations. So you called that one 100% correct. And that was kind of the first big story, if I remember right, of where you kind of knew the name of the teacher. And because remember, he had gotten her pregnant, and they had a child. He was very young at the time when they first got together, I think maybe 13 or 14 himself.
Yeah.
And then she went to jail, and then she got out, and they had another child together, if memory serves. And didn't she go back to jail?
I believe so,
She could not get enough of him.
It's been a while now, but
it kept going back.
She had a family. She had children that were his age.
Yeah, the whole life, and she abandoned it all. And he, the husband was like, I'm out of here. And amazingly, these two have really stayed together.
And when you see interviews with them now, occasionally, they appear to be genuinely in love.
And she is known now as Mary Kay Falau.
Wow.
Let's see, she is 45 now.
Wow. And she was 34 when they got together, and he was 13.
Right.
Phew.
Man.
So now he's in his mid-20s, I believe, roughly. And they're happy together apparently.
He's in his mid-20s. He has a child that's probably 12 years old, the same age he was when he met his wife.
So
that's pretty weird.
So she committed the crime, she served the time, and now it's happily ever after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if there's ever a time when they're out somewhere and they meet someone and somebody gets a little brash who doesn't know they're together and says, "Aren't you the lady that slept with one of your students?" Or starts to kind of put two and together. Where do I know you from?
Yeah.
And then it gets awkward. She says, "Oh, this is him, by the way. This is
This
is that former student of mine." Well, listen to this. I've said before that even if I had had a teacher who was interested in me at a young age, I wouldn't have had the wherewithal to put it together.
Hell no.
How about this? This is even more, not impressive, but pretty amazing. Last Friday, 46-year-old Linda Neff and 39-year-old Valyn Bowers were each arrested for sexually assaulting a student at Bountiful Junior High School in Bountiful, Utah.
Was it tag team?
They were both teachers.
Bountiful, huh?
Each had been, They each had been having an affair with the same 13-year-old boy.
Jeez,
so
man.
One teacher was not enough.
Is there pictures, by the way? Can anyone search pictures?
There is.
Okay, I'm working
Normal
on it.
source.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I need to see. It's what everybody wants to know, right? What do the teachers look like?
Yes. It was very true.
And you said one was 46?
One was 46, one is 39.
2 girls, 1 boy student.
Linda and Valyn apparently did not know they had both been sleeping with the same student.
Okay, so this wasn't a threesome.
Nope.
Okay.
But they were going on at the same time. They have been charged with rape and sodomy on a child. If they get convicted, they'll each get life in prison from the Salt Lake
Sodomy.
Tribune.
Don't you have to be the one?
Well, I
think that can include.
Yeah. All right, I got you.
Either end of the spectrum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hot Wings, do you have a picture of these lovely ladies?
Let's see here. I'm working on it.
I know it says that there is a photo there.
Who was the one, the real looker in Florida?
Oh, yeah, the one who had been like a Nitro girl for WCW or something like that.
Yeah.
Deborah LaFave?
That was it. That was the
sad that I know her name.
Yeah, she got in big trouble, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Though, remember her lawyer successfully used the argument that she was too pretty for jail? And she ended up getting, like,
House
probation or, house arrest? Something like that. Never worked for me.
Okay, now a little more background on this. You said he was 13?
13 years old.
Wow.
You imagine that?
No. I cannot even imagine my 13-year-old coming home with this news.
What about you when you were 13? Have you remotely handled that?
No.
You know, Joe, was that a Rolling Stone that you had brought on the airplane that time that had a follow-up story about the emotional wreckage that was doled out by a teacher who was having an affair with a student? It kind of followed this student's life.
Yeah, it was Rolling Stone. This kid is destroyed now.
Yeah.
He at first he got all of the because this teacher was apparently, and they had pictures of her. She would have been very hot as a teacher, and she was very sexually aggressive towards students, very flirty and stuff like that. And she kind of came on to this kid, and next thing you know, they had an affair, a long-term affair. And but he ended up going from being very popular and being known as the guy that did that. All of a sudden he was ostracized and suffered all sorts of emotional damage and struggles and everything else. And I mean, because there are sometimes you'll hear, and we've even jokingly said in the past, well, if the guy can do it, knock yourself out.
Well,
that sort of embraced that double standard, but this guy's life was ruined by this whole thing.
Well, the kid in this story won't have to worry about the initial euphoria of popularity because these two chicks are not attractive at all.
Whoa. Hello, ghoul.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
I can see the appeal of the boyish haircut on the one, but...
Oh, no. Yeah, really. I want to bang a den mother.
Yeah.
Barf. Oh. Oh, man.
I mean, holy cow.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The one on the left looks like she makes her own clothes. The one on the right's okay. Make her up a little, maybe. Do something pretty with her hair.
Yeah.
That is so insulting.
Yeah, maybe send her to a makeup counter.
Yeah, the 39-year-old is I don't know, man. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she
uh-huh.
And not exactly what I would
finger in that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her an athletic build.
No. This big fat pig is beautiful.
The 39-year-old is a stained smock away from looking like every imaginary lunch lady in the history of the world.
I picture her making Salisbury steak and putting the fruit cocktail on my styrofoam tray.
Yeah.
And I'll give her 10 cents for my free lunch that I didn't have to pay for because I was so poor.
Thanks for the fiestada, Miss Bowers.
And then the one on the right, she could be okay.
Well, she looks like a bus driver, so I don't know.
No.
Mm-hmm. Bummer for the bus drivers and cafeteria workers who are listening as their show and are finding that their profession is the one we use to insult appearance.
Well, here, I mean,
and that would feel really bad if you're driving to work going, I don't sleep with my students. Yeah, she's as ugly as a bus driver.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, historically speaking, track record-wise.
Oh, yeah.
There might be one or two along the way.
Doesn't mean you're
but,
not the exception.
Let's just,
Joe?
No.
I just said, no, that's not true.
Well, the DA is going to throw the book at these two because they're bow wows. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Unlike Deborah LaFave, man, no problem. She gets off scot-free, but these two oinkers, no way. Oh, boy. And it's amazing. We can talk about this and crack jokes, but I'm telling you, you're right. That whole double standard, if this was a man teacher and a 13-year-old girl, we'd be annihilating. There'd be nothing to make fun of.
And there would be no, hey, let's look at the pictures and see if he's good looking.
Yeah.
Unless
if there was a 3-woman morning show.
Yeah.
That were then perhaps.
Yeah, maybe it would be different.
They could pull that out, but everyone knows that doesn't happen anyway because women aren't any good at radio. So.
Well, they'd be ugly and have double standards too.
Women suck at this career. I know. You're terrible.
Oh. Jeez. I'm out.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Rain early, then remaining cloudy with thunder showers, developing later today. Thunder Shores completely different. That's a monster truck show at the beach. 48 the high.
I'm moving them to morning chores.
That's right. 48 high. It's about 32 now, downtown GR. Don't forget, you can go to WGRD.com, sign up for the Omelet Shop Breakfast.
Right.
You click on that, come in, you watch the show, hang out on a Friday, have some free breakfast. It's all good. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. You can join us toll free, 1-800-947-3979 tomorrow. Hair to the Idiot. Thursday, Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear. A chance for you to win some cash, $800. Pretty sweet.
I don't have to make the list, do I? For tomorrow?
I know I won.
I know.
Then yes.
Didn't I make the list? I think I made the list, though.
No,
I believe Hot Wings
made
made the
I made
list.
them last week.
You did?
In fact, you were
because I did it last minute.
You were very angry at your teammate for passing on easy ones.
Okay.
And we actually discussed that none of us would remember this week.
Yep, which is pretty normal.
And I don't remember any of it, obviously.
Milton emailed and said that you have not won Paired with an Idiot in 2009. So that's you got that going for you.
So, that's nice.
Joe joins us here in the studio. Hi, Joe.
Hey.
Welcome.
Good to be here.
We're going to go around the wheel of what can Joe do, real wheel, for new listeners in Corpus Christi or in Kansas. And Joe spins this wheel each week. It's a chance for him to earn extra money, not contracted.
Yeah.
We don't have to pay him. We just do it.
Well,
because otherwise, why would he do these things without the opportunity to get paid for it? An extra $150 a week is possible. He could divide it up and put whatever bare bones amount of money he wanted on each space. He used to do that, and then he realized getting paid $5 to do a stunt is no better than $0.
I would rather get paid $0 than $5.
Joe, with the economy, though, we're going to scale that back.
Okay.
We're thinking about it. In fact, you're going to pay us.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
We're going to cut
as much as this way.
Yeah.
Doesn't it make sense, though?
No, not
for
one
the
bit.
privilege.
That's the way it's going to be.
You can either pay us or we'll cut it back by 50%.
Deal.
We expect you to take that because that's how business goes.
Joe has $75 to put on the wheel. $150. There are 9 spaces on there. Well, there are 12 altogether. 9 of them are stunts, I believe. Maybe 8. Number 1, make a scene challenge. Joe goes out and he plays the jerk in a very public scene with someone, screaming someone down at a diner, and then they leave and he has to sit there while he knows everyone else looks at him. No doubt you're going to have to say, "Got a problem?"
Oh,
to someone.
Want to fight?
God, what are you staring at?
Keep it up. You're next, fatty.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be trouble.
It's way worse than what I'd originally thought.
Add liquid ass spin again. That is the substance that smells like a toilet that has just been dumped out on the ground in the middle of the summer and then baked at 300 degrees.
No. Yeah, it is a brutal substance.
Producer Joe's women's self-defense dummy. Pet egg breakfast. That's where get those pet eggs that you see on TV. Joe's going to eat feet shavings.
That's the device that you shave your feet calluses.
Yeah.
Yeah, you smooth off your feet.
Yeah, and there's a little receptacle on the device for your shaved skin. And Joe's gonna shave. How did we determine his foot or someone else's?
Hot Wings suggested that we'd spin the wheel of foot after that, and whoever's foot it was, Joe would shave that foot and then eat the feet shaving.
But that's not true. That's not what will actually happen. It will be mine or nobody's.
Okay, so there will be no wheel of feet.
Joe, did you ever think that someday you would barter down to eating your own feet skin?
No. It's amazing how life works.
So you're going to take the feet shavings that look like Parmesan cheese, and you're going to sprinkle it onto
pasta.
Okay, so a little sauce on meatless sauce, and then you're going to add your own flesh.
Yeah,
that's what you're going to do.
I don't eat meat because I think it's gross, so it'll just be my feet shavings and sauce.
Okay. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah, you wouldn't want to get gross.
Catch a greased pig.
Oh, I can't
wait. That one, I don't care when that comes up.
Yep.
But that's going to be great.
Dirty cake order. Joe would go out and order a cake with a very disturbing message on it, but he's going to be doing it face-to-face to Cake Lady.
I just assume
right?
One will be a picture cake.
Picture cake.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about that.
You're going to have a porno picture that you want to have put on the cake because they can put a photograph on the cake.
Yeah. Nowadays they have the technology. You can just spray whatever they want on there.
Yeah.
Like a scan or whatever, yeah.
Like a face or other parts.
Or something, yeah.
Stretched.
Producer Joe's high five guy. Joe's going to be going out and just demanding a high five from people because you're that over-enthusiastic guy.
Yeah.
Was that inspired by something? Was it something we saw? I don't remember where that one came from.
Yes, it was, but who knows?
Don't remember what. Producer Joe's dilated porno purchase will dilate his eyes and then send him out to one of the skeevy adult stores.
Yep.
One of the, hopefully the seediest one we could find, no pun intended. And then Joe, since he won't be able to see anything up close, will have to get help from strangers to choose the porn that he wants most. Listener's choice, Joe's choice. Win 5 points, lose 5 points, spin again. And the new one, escalator marathon. Joe is going to be using a marathon going down as his trainer as he runs up it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then Joe, where are you putting your Joe bucks?
I'm putting it on dirty cake order.
Dirty cake order.
Okay.
If it lands on dirty cake order,
it won't.
Joe will get $150 direct out of our pockets.
Yeah.
Ready,
right,
Joe?
Sweet.
Big
Let's
spin.
do it.
Please, grease pig or pet egg. Mm-hmm. One of those two.
Yep.
Stop. Go backwards.
It'll be
Lose 5 points. Give us $5.
Yeah,
right now.
Give us $5 right now.
before you spin.
Because of the economy, that'll be $10 that you owe us.
Awesome.
That's right. Yep.
Starting then. Spin again.
Same thing.
Yep.
Come on.
Joe, spin. It landed on lose 5 points. Joe, you owe us $20.
Yep. This is exponential. Yeah,
because
of the economy.
The new economy.
Oh, that's right. New economy.
Yep.
Yep. Prices are going up, Joe.
Yep.
And down in some cases.
It's the price of business, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Spin again.
All right, Joe.
We're just going to take your money. That's the way it works.
Make
a scene challenge. Now, we'll have to devise this scene.
Mm-hmm.
But there were a number of things. One we talked about was if it happened, because this was put on the wheel like early in the summer last year. Yeah. Someone was going to come in and say, hey, who has the car with the dog in it? And Joe is going to go, that's me, mind your own business.
With a hot dog, with a dog getting all warm inside of the car.
Or something like that.
And there would never be a dog involved, by the way.
No, of course not. It's just a scenario. But
because it would be very awkward for Joe to sit and eat soup while people screamed at him to stop murdering his dog.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But so we'll have a scenario similar to that where Joe is the complete jerk and everyone in the place hates you. And you're going to have to stand your ground like a man.
Did anybody ever determine if Carmen would be up for this?
No.
Okay, it's not.
And it doesn't matter.
Let's not do it, but it's still fun to talk about. We had speculated that Carmen, one of our great former intern, is in a wheelchair, and Joe would scream her down in the restaurant. And just to see the looks on people's faces when you said mean things to poor Carmen, who's in a wheelchair.
I was going to bring it up to her when it came up. I decided to not mention it until then. But I was thinking Andy might want to do this with us.
Andy would absolutely want to do this.
It's sort of the reverse of the wheelchair one where you were the guy in the wheelchair and you were screaming at everyone and being just a complete jerk.
Yeah.
It's sort of the reverse of that because anytime there's someone involved where they're in a wheelchair, people automatically get a little awkward, a little defensive, fair or unfair, but that it just makes people self-conscious. And so if you were screaming at someone who happened to be in a wheelchair, I would hate you if I saw you doing it.
Andy this guy is he makes fun of himself all the time. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about Andy before on the show, and he's really in a wheelchair. I mean, he ain't coming out. He's
he's not like half in a wheelchair. He's a full-on wheelchair guy.
He's not one of those posers. Who just wants the attention.
He's not half-ass in his wheelchair boundness.
And so he would be, and he's got a great attitude, and he's tough as hell, and funny as hell, too. Mm-hmm. So I think he would love this.
And he'd probably enjoy the acting a little bit. Like, hey, could you just help me get into my vehicle? No, man, I'm eating my food. Beat it.
And he knows about how to set a scene. He's a filmmaker, so this is all up his alley.
Let me explain something to you, all right? Cripples are not cool.
Joe, what do you think of that?
I like it.
All right, we'll call him.
And how many Joe bucks?
0.
Yeah, okay, this is all working out great.
All my favorite things.
Oh, wait, no, -10.
No, that's right. You owe us $10.
Yeah.
20
because of the economy.
That's because the economy's
rough,
bad, so
that's right.
You pay us more.
That's right. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Hey, it's just for you.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Producer Joe here as well. Make a Scene Challenge tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. That's going to be a good time for everyone but Joe.
Joe,
it's going to be very awkward.
Joe, I'll send you an instant message with Andy's number. My wife's sending it to me right now.
Very good. We've had a special guest in studio all morning that he's been filming the show. Art Volo, radio's best friend. Hi, Art.
Hi, how are you?
Very good.
I haven't been filming. Film is a four-letter word that starts with an F.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
I'm sorry. But
He's been videotaping.
Digitally videotaping the show.
Art is the, you're the unofficial historian of...
the unofficial.
Should be official.
Well,
official. I don't know any others.
I think amongst radio people's eyes, you're
Absolutely.
official. Art has been videotaping successful, and in our case, unsuccessful morning shows for many, many years. In fact, I was telling Art at college at CMU, and I told my wife this last night because she was there when I talked to Art on the phone on Sunday to set this up, him coming in. I said, when we were in college, Hot Wings, you'll remember this. We watched some of Art's video air checks in class.
Absolutely.
They were bootlegged, and Art didn't make any money off them.
They didn't make a penny.
And then we stole them and gave them to friends with also not paying.
Yeah, I've been doing that for years.
But
thanks, guys.
Hot Wings, I know we watched them and we're like, oh my God, look at those radio guys. We could never do that. And so then to have Art come in and film is a little bit surreal.
It's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Been,
yeah. Tape digitally.
Hey, folks, they've been on me for years. When you coming to Grand Rapids? When you going to do us?
Right.
If you excuse the expression.
Come over and do us.
No, I mean, I said...
Because you live in Detroit.
I live down in the Detroit area, and I don't get over to this side of the state that often. So
right.
I'm glad the Michigan Association of Broadcasters is having their meeting here in Grand Rapids, so I decided to come over, and I figured I'd get a little of you guys. Because I've done the competition. I got to tell you a funny story though. I was coming back from Nashville from another one of these radio conventions. This was the CRS. This week I'm going to LA for the TRS. That's the Talk Radio Seminar.
Oh
yeah. And last week was the Country Radio Seminar down in Nashville, where you guys are hot stuff
in Nashville
on the Buzz 102.9 down there.
When you're at the Talk Radio
when
Seminar,
you put it on that frequency, you get the word of God.
That's right.
What?
Yes. When you're in Los Angeles for the Talk Radio Seminar, would you try to get us more affiliates?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll do my best.
You get a cut. We'll give you a finder's fee.
We'll buy one of your tapes.
You get an omelet from the omelet shop.
I'll do it. Yeah. So I'm on the airplane flying back on, of course, Southwest Airlines, my favorite airline. And if I say it 3 more times, I get a free ticket.
If that works for you.
Work it in, Art.
I got to go one more time. And on this Southwest flight, I guess I'm flying free now.
You're done.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was, it was really something. I'm sitting next to a young couple, and I said, where are you going? They live in Manistee, but they go to school in Grand Rapids.
Okay. Grand Rapids.
Okay. And I said, hey, and I happen to be wearing a custom-made jacket from the Bob and Tom show.
Now, Art is the biggest Bob and Tom fan I've ever known in my whole life.
And Art, we're not going to...
I've known them a long time.
Yeah, no, and don't make excuses. A lot of people love their show.
Yeah. And so I said, hey, do you listen to these guys on the radio? And this was their answer.
Referring to the Bob and Tom jacket.
Referring to the Bob and Tom show, and they said, my dad listens. We listen to Free Beer and
did they?
I swear. I did not make that
up.
That
is fantastic.
I said, you're not going to believe this, but I'm hoping next week to be up in Grand Rapids and seeing those guys. So I couldn't wait to tell you that story. It sounds like the other guys, well, they're getting older, and I'm older. And sometimes people, in that demographic prefer their humor, but they're very good at what they do. But you guys, and I don't mean to suck up to you here live on the radio.
No, please do.
No,
please. It's never happened to us. We've been needing love for some time.
No, I'm kidding. But I really think you guys could be the what do they call it? The heir apparent? Is that the
Bob and Tom show?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much longer they're going to go. I mean, they've got
2 weeks.
The thing on WGN America, which is cool. I think you guys really should get some TV cameras in here, do a web thing, or maybe I give me a cable thing. You flip through your cable channels. How many times have we all said 500 channels and nothing to watch?
Right.
Well, we're nothing.
We can add that.
They put Mike and Mike on ESPN2, and all it is 2 dudes in front
Sitting
of the same kind of microphones you have.
Yeah.
These great EV microphones, that used to be made right here in Michigan, I think. And they're just talking sports. It's boring.
Yeah.
You guys at least are an interesting radio program. So
thank you, Art. We appreciate that.
That would be fun.
But I've enjoyed being here, and you guys truly are funny. I mean, honest to God. I mean, God, what does it say on the website? Funny name, funnier show.
That is it.
Yep.
You've nailed it.
Really
Sometimes
true.
it says stupid name, funny show.
Stupid.
Either way,
Stupid name,
it's
stupider show.
Stupider show.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Here's the story. Since you've been digitally taping, digitally recording,
filming
all of this material on today's broadcast, you're going to have that available on your website, which is Volo Video, and and we're going to give a link to that. But if you like, it is VUOLO video.com.
Yeah.
And Art he's a radio historian. If there's a radio show that's ever been around, Art's videotaped it.
Yeah, like if there was something you listened to growing up that you always liked.
Yes.
And you've always thought, I wonder what those guys looked like or whatever. Art has it. There's no doubt.
Yep. He's got a video vault on there for any show that you're a fan of. Also, audio air checks. It's best of. I mean, this thing has everything.
And you do a lot of stuff for U of M also, right?
Yeah. And you've got to know how to spell my last name. It's VU, like as we say in the business, a VU meter, which a lot of people in radio don't even know what VU
Nobody
stands
cares.
for.
Nobody cares about that.
It actually stands for volume units. That's all it is.
That's great, Art.
But anyway,
That's very,
it's
very
VUOLO, and you can check it out on the internet. So
now you've been a Michigan fan for a long time. You've done stuff. Did you know Ufer?
I saw you had a Ufer sweatshirt when you walked in here.
That's because I made the Bob Ufer album, all the great moments. I kept all the
You
saves
did, like
the
with
old
the
games.
Football Valhalla.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Art.
That's one of our.
I've got all the games, the old games with his voice
man.
actually on the audio, and I archive all those things. It's very cool.
That's a great job.
So, yeah, well, he was my insurance man. Even that's what he actually did for a living. He did the U of M thing. Just for the heck of it. So.
Isn't it crazy how different of a time was the guy that did U of M football and was an icon to people growing up listening to Michigan games had to have a job as an insurance guy to make it happen.
Frank Beckman mows his lawn.
Things have changed.
I archive all the games. I got many special moments on
I
tape,
bet.
and you click on UM football and see all that stuff.
Now, when you
all right there.
when you were taping him, were you taping him from the booth or you got the broadcast?
No, on the radio.
On the radio broadcast. That's pretty awesome.
Oh my gosh, he's got Michigan football archives from back to 1968. The a part of the Ohio State game from back then, and then on and on and on. Michigan football,
a lot of
all
good
these
stuff.
DVDs and audio stuff.
Yeah, they've been very magical moments, and you get on the homepage, you get to see me in front of the Johnny Carson curtains. You like those, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely.
How about it?
Look at that.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Thanks. It's been a real thrill being in here, and I got to run. You got to get over to Meyer headquarters. And tell them,
big time.
Why don't my checks clear?
Now, if you mention Meyer 3 times, do you get free things there also?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
nice.
I
do like Meyer. It's my favorite store.
What airline did you fly when you went to Detroit?
Southwest.
That's right.
Great airline.
That's right.
Well, tell everybody at the MAB we said hi. I mean, that's always a good time down there. Is that DeVos? We're up the road here?
The DeVos Center.
Yep.
All right.
So check it out, volovideo.com, VUOLO video.com. Do you know the first 2 letters of Volo is VU?
A lot of people don't know.
Volume units.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that's what that stands for.
Wow. Speaking of volume, when Art was telling that story, people were turning theirs down.
Thank you.
Wow.
God bless you.
Thanks, Captain Boring.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it. And people will be able to see the video of us if they want.
Yes, if they really want to. Because in Grand Rapids, it's the one. What? I'm sorry. That's a very old GRD jingle. That's from the AM days on 1410. What?
You had explained that you're going to send us a short little vignette of today that we can post to our
website,
and then if they want,
awesome.
they can go to volovideo.com to get the whole thing, and we'll let you know when that's up.
By all means.
Art's leaving, so are we.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show on 97.9 GRD.